Very much, Chair Eisen, and good morning, everybody. Will the Committee on Finance please come to order? Before we begin our committee meeting, we will hear public comment from those who've signed up to address agenda items coming before the Committee on Finance today. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the board. For those of you who also signed up for the plenary session, because I know many of you did, that will take place immediately after the Committee on Finance. Committee on Finance will be hearing from 13 people today. I will call you up in groups of 3 for convenience. Group 1, in no particular order, Dale Landrum, Marcos Montes, Brittany Goss, and Abby Jared. You may begin.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brittany Goss. I'm a proud member of SQE, and I'm from Cal State Fullerton. Hi, Mildred. So higher education is touted as the key to advancement, but people are less apt to talk about all of the hurdles that happen after you open that door. And, you know, we have this great vision of college as being a time to focus on your classes, join some clubs, take a summer internship, maybe get a part-time job just for some extra spending money. But that doesn't exist anymore. And I don't need to repeat all the statistics for you guys. You guys know about the 1 in 10 students being homeless and all of those horrific statistics. But I will say this, students are tired, and not in a, I stayed up late to study for my exam and I didn't get my 8 hours tired. Students are exhausted, and they're just fighting for a way to survive. And we're holding on to the sliver of hope that, you know, we'll graduate and get a degree and that everything will be worth it, but we need you guys to help. These are students who don't come from a traditional college background, and they are living this exhausting life because they believe in investing in themselves and investing in the institutions that you guys hold. And they want to know that their contributions are going to be worth it. So don't make them wrong. Show that you care about them by keeping university accessible. Show that you care about our futures and our community and the ideals that you hold and that you are supposed to hold about our educational systems by finding a creative solution, not the easy, painful one for us. So remember the CSU promise from the CSU mission statements to provide access to an excellent education to all who are prepared for and wish to participate in collegiate study. Prepared for and wish to participate, not afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goss.
My name is Dale Landrum. I'm a second-year graduate student pursuing a master's degree in communication studies at California State Long Beach. As part of my program, I'm also a teaching assistant and a graduate associate, and I put in roughly 20 hours a week doing those things, and yet I still qualify for the full amount of food stamps available under the current program. I don't make enough to qualify for Covered California, but I make little enough to qualify for Medicare, and I don't get any type of health insurance for teaching or assisting. I'm also about $90,000 in student loan debt, and I want to go on and pursue my doctoral degree after I graduate in my master's next year. But I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can mortgage any more of my future, what little future I have left. And so, while I know today is going to be very emotionally charged, there's going to be a lot of things said, I want to thank you for the work that you have done and that you do and that you will continue to do. But please hear our voices today, regardless of how emotional they may be. And don't do anything for a year. And let's see what Sacramento and y'all can do together with our help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Landrum.
Hello, my name is Abigail Herod, and I go to CSU Fullerton, and I'm a proud member of SQE. Hi, Millie. Hello, you are the BOT, the Board of Trustees. Well, trust me that trust is not what I see or feel when it's you who think that we should bleed. while aiming for the necessity, a degree You think that I can't breathe when my life is dedicated to the payment of a debt that keeps accruing, and it's screwing with my vision of a future where I'm stable and I'm living, not just fucking surviving. You don't understand that money is our blood. We can't choose to live without it. We've only got so much to give. But you are gluttonous. With your fangs, you fucking feast on us till we weaken and we tire. Y'all are fucking vampires. Well, if that's the case, let this poem be my steak. Let our voices be like garlic, and our faces be the light that will enlighten you all to all the dreams that are at stake. Education is my right. It is my vision and my life. So I trust that all you hear, all you creatures of the night, will look me in the eyes without lies when you decide that it's time to take away these things that keep me alive.
Mr. Montes here. Marcos Montes. Okay, let's go to our second group then. Karen Ventura, Robin Mickey, Alejandro Alfaro, and Erica Chalker. Please approach the microphone.
Good morning. My name is Robin Mickey. My major is sociology. I am transgender and my pronouns are she and they. I am among many transgender students in California who would be that much worse off if the tuition for CSU was hiked any further. Taking hormones and/or undergoing reassignment surgery can be very costly, even though for many transgender people it is a medical necessity. Unfortunately, many do not consider it a medical necessity, and in this political climate, trans people are looking at paying for this necessity out of pocket. It's incredibly hard to do that when said trans people have no money in their pockets. This proposed tuition increase goes beyond finances. It is a disregard of students and their actual lives in favor of money. Our needs are not of concern to those who support this tuition increase, so please do not support this. Do not let people get away with ignoring us 1 second and deciding our future is the next. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
All right, good morning. My name is Alejandro Alfaro, and I'm a student at CSU Chico. I am here as a voice for students like myself who cannot afford another tuition increase. As you know the statistics of the 1 in 10 students who are homeless and the 25% of students in the CSU system who are dealing with food scarcity. But the CFA report that came out last year shows another startling fact and heart-shattering fact. Since 1985, diversity in the CSU has increased, going from 60% of the CSUs in 1985 being white students to 75% of the CSUs as of 2015 being students of color. However, during this 30-year span, funding for the CSU, state funding for the CSU has decreased, and our tuition has increased. I do not believe this to be coincidental, and neither do the rest of we. What's it called? CSU is not just for the rich and white. CSU is a people's university, and last time that I checked, we are people as well. We are not a paycheck, we are not investments, and we are not clients. If the tuition increase goes through, this will result in even more debt for me. But compared to my peers, I am privileged. Many of them have to work 2 or 3 jobs to barely get by. They will be graduating with an enormous amount of debt, and still while trying to be full-time students. For them, a tuition increase would mean either having to pick up yet another job, more debt, and realistically, they will not be able to return for another semester. They are hardworking just like any other student, and they deserve an education just like any other student. I ask you to please be the people's university you claim to be, and please vote against this tuition increase.
Thank you, Mr. Alfaro. Karen Ventura or Erica Chalker? All right. Then we'll go on to our third group of speakers, Clem Sang, Vivian Price, Mark Matsuoka, Gilda Valdez, and Dwayne Schaefer. Oh, hit the microphone. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, President Hagan. I am Dr. Vivian Price, Professor of Interdisciplinary Studies at Cal State Dominguez Hills, where I've been proud to teach for 11 years. Our students are amazing and talented and inspire me with their resilience. Instead of a fee increase, we need to give them more encouragement, respect, and support. I invite you to meet some of my students. Nydia is an eligibility worker for the Department of Public Social Services, as well as a full-time student and mother of 3. She writes, "The fee increase would create an extreme hardship for me and my family. I have exhausted my veterans benefits this semester, which have been a big help to me. I work all the overtime I can and collect bottles for cash. As a full-time employee, I do not qualify for financial aid, and neither will my daughter, who begins her first year of college in the fall. This leaves me with the need for student loans, creating an endless circle of debt. I already have 2 outstanding loans for over $5,000. My paycheck goes to tuition, household expenses, and childcare. A fee increase impacts not only me, but my family." Another student, Edith, noted that she has to save every penny she can because her husband is undocumented, and she is worried about how to keep her family safe and housed. She'll have to choose between her education and her family. Chantrell returned to school in her mid-40s and has had to place herself and her children on a strict budget to afford the tuition. She is supporting her daughter, who is graduating in May, and has a son about to start college. A hike in fees means I may no longer be able to attend college or have to assume a great deal of debt. A fee increase is not a way to further student success. Please think about the Nydias, the Ediths, and the Chantrells when you make your decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Price.
Good morning. My name is Dwayne Schaefer, and I am the president of the National Council for Higher Education, which is the higher ed arm of the National Education Association, and I'm also a proud faculty member and counselor at Long Beach City College. I see a lot of students that come through. This fee hike is not going to just hurt those who are currently in the pipeline, but those who are entering the pipeline. My statement is, this fee hike hurts. This fee hike not right. This fee hike not right. And in my opinion, as serving as 21 years as a faculty member at Long Beach City College and 13 years as an employee of the CSU working in admissions and records and outreach, I see this firsthand as students are really working hard trying to get through this pipeline, because we know that education is definitely an equalizer in getting into the future and being a productive citizen of society. Also, we're also not dealing with the fee hike and the responsibilities that these students have at home, but we're dealing with homelessness is on the rise. And students are not able to even have a place to have shelter and food, but are really striving hard to get that return on the investment in education. So I say to you, this fee hike is not right. This fee hike is not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Clem Sang, Mark Masuoka, or Gilda Valdez, are you here? Or did Marcos Montes, Karen Ventura, or Erica Chalker arrive late? Okay, very well. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Would any member of the committee wish to remove any of the items for separate discussion? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the items listed on the consent agenda? Have a motion and a second. Anybody in favor? You can say aye.
Aye.
All right. Anybody opposed or abstentions? The items on the consent agenda are approved. Let's move on to our first discussion item. It's item number 2. It's an information item providing an update on risk management at the Cal State University system. The item will be presented by our CFO, Steve Relier, and Assistant Vice Chancellor, Robert Eaton. Steve, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Today's presentation provides an overview of CSU's insurance and risk management programs and insight on how we are expanding and improving our abilities to manage risk across the CSU system. As you all know, insurance and risk management are key toward ensuring financial and institutional stability for any person.
Excuse me, I know
business,
you're speaking,
or
but
entity.
I was meant to speak. I wasn't put in any of your groups, but I feel like I have a few things to say before you start your meeting.
You know, you might speak in the plenary session because there are a lot of people signed up for that, and that's when a lot of the big issues are going to be debated.
No, I was up for public comment.
What's your name?
Dulce Macedo?
I think you're scheduled for the plenary session coming up after this meeting. So, Ms. Marcella, we'll make sure that you do get your chance to be heard. Go ahead, continue, Steve.
Okay. So as you know, the insurance and risk management are key to ensuring financial and institutional stability for any person or organization or other entity, particularly one as large and as complex and consequential as the California State University. Our current Joint Powers Authority, which Assistant Vice Chancellor Robert Eaton will discuss in more detail, has proven to be very successful since we established it over 20 years ago. As with our efforts to improve efficiencies and cut costs across the CSU, staff system-wide are continuously looking for new ways to strengthen and improve our risk management programs. Robert will share one example, the captive insurance option, which we're currently exploring. Let me now turn the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Robert Eaton. Robert?
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier. The insurance and risk management needs of the California State University are managed by the California State University Risk Management Authority, a joint powers authority formed by the CSU in 1997 to reduce and stabilize the cost of risk by broadening insurance coverage, increasing buying power, and providing quality risk management services to CSU campuses and auxiliaries. In addition to the authority, system-wide risk management, the Department of the Chancellor's Office, and risk management personnel at each campus work closely with the authority to implement and monitor insurance and risk management programs throughout the CSU. The authority is governed, the authority is governed by a board of directors drawn from campuses and auxiliaries. Officers of the authority include a chair and vice chair elected by the board of directors, a treasurer appointed by the CSU chief financial officer, and a secretary auditor who also serves as the director of system-wide risk management. The day-to-day business of the authority is managed by an executive committee consisting of 9 members elected from the board of directors, including the chair, vice chair, and treasurer. Within the authority, there are 2 additional committees: the Auxiliary Organizations Risk Management Alliance, which oversees programs serving auxiliary needs, and the Athletic Injury Medical Expense Committee, which focuses on risk management needs associated with athletic programs and dovetails with NCAA coverage. The authority provides a number of insurance programs to campuses and auxiliaries, ranging from the kinds of coverages that one would expect any large organization to have, such as general liability, property, and workers' compensation, to coverages unique to our position as an institution of higher education, such as student internships, athletic injury, and foreign travel. The authority negotiates with and purchases insurance from third-party insurance providers for its programs at amounts appropriate for the program. However, depending upon the cost and terms of insurance for particular programs, the authority also self-insures up to certain amounts, relying upon third-party insurance above those amounts. To assist in determining the appropriate amount of coverage and self-insurance levels on its main programs, the authority engages independent actuaries to prepare actuarial studies. So for example, here we have the insurance amounts for the CSU's property program. We start with the campus deductible, which is $100,000 for 22 of 23 campuses in the Chancellor's Office. One campus has selected a deductible of $1 million for its property program. And then the next layer of coverage is self-insurance up to $1 million. So any property losses valued above $100,000 and up to $1 million would be covered by the authority's reserves. And then we have coverage up to $1 billion, which we purchase from various insurance companies in the global insurance markets. Now, many of our insurance programs have line item coverages built into the program to trigger coverage for certain types of events. And here is an example. Under the property program, we have $50 million of coverage specifically for flood damage. Based upon the total amount of coverage needed, the required self-insurance reserve levels, the amount of expected premium costs for each program, and administrative costs, the authority collects premiums from the campuses and auxiliaries based upon metrics appropriate for the program. For example, workers' compensation is based on payroll, and in some cases, the metric is adjusted for campus or auxiliary loss history. In addition, and as noted in the property example, for some programs, campuses and auxiliaries can choose deductible levels, which will adjust their premium. Each year, following a review of actual and expected claims, any adjustments to required self-insurance reserve levels, and the amount of expected premium cost for each program, the authority determines if premiums can be refunded to campuses and auxiliaries. And in fact, due to the success of risk management efforts at the campuses and auxiliaries, the authority has been able to refund approximately $133 million of premium over the last 10 years. Amounts held by the authority to fund self-insurance reserves and other needs are invested in securities allowed by state law and consistent with CSU investment policy. At the end of the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2016, the authority had total assets of approximately $181 million, with approximately $170 million held in reserves. In addition to insurance for the campuses and auxiliaries, risk management programs are an integral component to managing the overall cost of risk at the CSU. The authority, system-wide risk management, campuses, and auxiliaries continually work together to reduce the number of risk incidents as well as the impact, both insurable and uninsurable, of such incidents should they occur. The sharing of best practices throughout system-wide affinity groups, development and maintenance of sound policy, regular training, sponsorship of risk management grant programs, and use of third-party advisors or vendors are all tools utilized by the CSU to manage risk. The Joint Powers Authority structure of the authority has allowed the CSU to significantly lower its overall cost of risk. As mentioned by Executive Vice Chancellor Relyea, another structure that the CSU is currently evaluating is a captive insurance option, whereby the CSU creates its own insurance company. While a Joint Powers Authority structure and a captive structure share many similarities, a captive provides two key benefits compared to a Joint Powers Authority. First is the ability to invest reserves in a broader array of investment options, thereby providing the potential to earn a higher return on existing assets. And secondly, the ability to offer insurance products to third parties, such as CSU employees, students, and alumni, thereby providing a potentially lower cost of insurance to those third parties while providing the authority with an additional revenue stream to meet risk management objectives. A captive option would require additional administrative costs, including significant regulatory compliance and reporting due to its status as an insurance company. One option under consideration is partnering with the University of California, which has created a captive insurance company to meet its insurance needs. Under this partnership, the CSU could participate in the University of California's captive to test the captive option and reduce administrative costs. Staff will continue to evaluate the captive option to see if such an option can be beneficial to the California State University. Let me now hand the presentation back to Executive Vice Chancellor Relyea for some closing thoughts.
Thank you, Robert. I hope that this presentation has helped to inform the board of our system-wide efforts toward managing risk and ensuring our university responsibilities. As we continue to work toward improving and strengthening our efforts, including the Joint Powers Authority, we will also be looking into integrating more best practices and new methods, like the captive insurance option and others, to ensure stability, accountability, and flexibility for the university. Also joining us today is Dan Howell, Senior Executive Vice President for Alliant Insurance Company. Mr. Howell serves as the Program Director for the Authority and has been a key partner of the CSU in designing, implementing, and administering many of the Authority's coverage programs. So together we'll be happy to address any questions that you may have at this time, and that concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you very much, CFO Relyea. I'll launch in with, as you might imagine, members, I have many questions on this subject, one of my favorite subjects, but then certainly open it up to other members of the committee to ask their questions. Steve, you just referenced we have Dan Howell from Alliant. Just to be clear, the CSU structure really provides oversight, but Alliant really runs the program?
That's correct.
Okay, so we really don't have an internal staff per se.
We have a couple of people internal that do a lot of the interface between us and Alliant and us and the campuses. So I'd say almost multiple times a week and sometimes almost every day, I'm in contact with our internal staff as we learn things that are happening at campuses that could affect our coverages. Oftentimes, then they will immediately talk to Dan's staff, and we'll coordinate between them.
Yeah, that's a reactive function, though, and not the proactive function. Because later in your memo, you talk about risk management programs, and I felt like we were lacking a fuller discussion on our loss control efforts on campuses proper. And frankly, how many campuses have even begun to execute on important loss control initiatives that are not just about saving money, but also about worker safety as well?
Yeah. So perhaps I'll turn it over to Robert and Dan to talk about our loss control and loss prevention programs.
Thank you. With respect to the loss control programs at the campus level, those are generally directed at a system-wide level through the Office of System-Wide Risk Management, in the sense that there's a CSU Works Committee that integrates the EH&S, which is the Employer Health and Safety groups at the campuses. And then at the system-wide funding level through the authority funds grants and contracts to help the campuses improve their programs. An example I would mention is we have an arrangement with the University of California for access to their performing arts EH&S expert, and that person is under contract between an MOU between the UC and the CSU, funded through the system-wide program. And that kind of effort is the kind of effort that's handled at a system-wide basis, and then each of the campuses self-directs their own risk management program.
What kind of funding do we have for these programs? You mentioned system-wide grants funding. How much is it? How do we make sure campuses are actually spending money on important programs designed to improve worker safety efforts?
Well, at the authority level, we have a $250,000 system-wide grant program that is in the annual budget, and the campuses make application for grants for specific projects they need help implementing. That's a matching grant program. There's also funding for public safety. There was a system-wide training and equipment needs for public safety that were funded through the authority. That was a special, I believe that was a $200,000 one-time funding grant from the authority that was in fiscal year 15-16.
Yeah, $250,000, not a lot of money for 23 campuses. You know, I think it goes without saying, University of California has put millions and millions of dollars into similar programs with very positive effect.
Yeah, Trustee Taylor, if I might, though, what Dan has alluded to is a specific grant program. For many, many years at the campuses, the efforts are ongoing, no doubt, and we can continue to make improvement. But I think the campuses, as well as system-wide risk management and the authority, have done a very good job in, for example, spreading good practices and driving down our costs. I mean, the fact that we are refunding so much premium on a regular basis, I think, is testament to the efforts on the part of the campuses in managing things like trips and falls and education and that kind of stuff. So, no question, we can continue to do more. It's an ongoing process for us. We're always looking for those kind of things. I think we've done a pretty good job and can do better. So,
Assistant Vice Chancellor Eaton, I suspect if you ask people on campuses, are dividends and refunds the best way to go, or lower premiums the better way to go? I suspect you're going to get some push and pull on which is better.
We do. That's a constant discussion that we have with the campuses as to how much.
Because, you know, if premiums are real high and all you're doing is overcharging.
Well,
and so you kind of have to find that balance.
I would say, in all fairness to the authority, that what you're characterizing as overcharging is our best estimates at the time we have to set the premiums, because we have to set the premiums in advance based on what the market is saying and what the expected claims are looking like on an actuarial basis.
Right.
So when the campuses come in better than that, I think that's testament to the campuses.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Part of that calculation is whether or not our retentions are high or low.
Right. And that's,
how do you make that determination?
That's an ongoing process. We review that almost constantly based on, for example, what's the cost of premium at certain levels, and we will look at our retentions and move those up and down at different times as well. So.
You know, speaking of money, that is, let's face it, somewhat fungible, and monies that might go into the academic side of the house. How do we look at our reserves? How do we know if we're adequately reserved or potentially over-reserved?
For reserve setting, the CSU authority engages an independent actuary from a firm known as Aon, and that actuary establishes expected loss rates, and then we look at a 70% confidence level, and then the executive committee, which is comprised of the 9 representatives from the campuses and auxiliary organizations, establishes the reserve target, and if there are additional funds above that reserve target, they'll declare a dividend from those funds, and we discount those reserves based on expected investment income. Currently, we're using a discount rate of 2%.
The reserves, if I read correctly, our assets are about $181 million right now, and those are reserves for all the various programs on page 2 of the memo: general liability, workers' comp, property, et cetera. Are those reserves calculated in silos for each individual program, or do they cross-collateralize each other?
They're initially calculated in silos, but we have had times where certain programs have been in deficit position, and we allow for interfund borrowing. Also, when the workers' compensation market was especially challenging about 15 years ago, we were using funds from the other silos to support that reserve.
Yeah. So as I see, and I'm very pleased to see we're considering the captive insurance option. I think one of the advantages of captive insurance is it allows you to more easily cross-collateralize without having to do interfund borrowing. You just simply, if one is underfunded, you can grab money and support the other program. That's the kind of flexibility we need, and I think over time will allow us to actually have fewer reserves, freeing up money to go into the core academic enterprise of the university, which is why, of course, we're all here. So I would like to, at some point, talk a little bit more, maybe, Steve, an offline briefing from you and the team about our loss control efforts on campuses, and particularly how aggressive we are in terms of closing out workers' comp claims. As you know, those can drag on and cost us just an absolute fortune. And again, that sucks money from the academic enterprise. So anything we can do in that regard to focus on that. Last question about risk transfer, because again, we do self-insure, we do some risk transfer. How do we balance? How do we know what's the right appropriate level in terms of the amount of risk transfer we're taking on?
Well, in general, we take these actuarial studies and we ask the actuary to give us various retention levels, such as, for example, on the liability program, we're currently at a $5 million retention, and we've had the actuary calculated at $1 million, $2.5 million, $5 million, $10 million, and what we do then is we shop the insurance, or actually we're purchasing reinsurance on those programs. And when we take the pricing, we compare that to the cost to self-fund it, and then the executive committee makes a decision about what level of attachment. And we perform a similar function across the various programs to make sure that basically we don't want to trade dollars with the insurance companies because there's costs, the overhead costs there. We want to retain the risk where we have regular claims and then protect the university for catastrophic claims. And if for some reason the insurance industry is especially inexpensive compared to what our actuary says, the board will make a decision to buy down those retentions. And sometimes the insurers lose and sometimes they win.
Okay. Last question, then I'll open up to questions from members of the committee. And again, I've worked with Alliant in the past, and in my previous life, always had good service from Alliant. But I will ask, Steve, how often do we RFP the management of this program?
We do RFPs consistent with CSU policy every 5 years or so. The last one we did with them was in 2013. And then we also will have extension provisions based on how well they're providing service and so forth. So it's done on a regular basis, and Alliant has been subject to that RFP process as well.
Good. That's important because, you know, RFPs are a good way to kind of find out new techniques, new ideas in this industry, because it's a dynamic industry, a lot of good things going on to save us money. So with that, open it up to other members of the committee. Any questions? I know insurance really gets people blood pumping, at least mine. Don't everybody raise their hand at the same time, please? Okay, very well. Thank you very much.
Peter,
I appreciate this briefing. Yes, sir.
I think you need a shirt that says, you know, insurance, the same kind of shirt that does.
You know, you are right, Chancellor. Get Relier on that. It is, indeed. Okay, well, it just, I tell you, in my experience at the University of California, we were able to save over $100 million in premium costs by creative insurance techniques. And, mind you, we don't have medical malpractice insurance here, which is nice. But I think there's some savings we can squeeze out of our insurance costs and, again, drive that in the right direction. So if there aren't any other questions or comments on the board on item number 2, we'll go to item 3, which is an action item, members, requesting conceptual approval of a public-private partnership to develop an extended learning and student services project adjacent to Cal State University San Marcos. The item will be presented by Steve Rollier, Karen Haynes, President of CSU SM, and Robert Eaton. Steve, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. This item requests the board's conceptual approval of a public-private partnership to develop a new extended learning and student services project on property adjacent to California State University San Marcos. In prior meetings, we've shared with you how public-private partnerships can help the CSU meet its educational mission by leveraging assets to provide facilities and programs. The project being presented today is a good example of how a partnership with a private entity can provide much-needed educational space for the San Marcos campus. Here to provide an overview of how this project will advance the campus mission is President Karen Haynes. President Haynes.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Rollier. San Marcos has truly become a destination campus. In 2006, the university's enrollment was 8,700. 10 years later, we welcomed a record enrollment of over 15,000 students, including extended university students, dozens of new faculty over that time frame, and many new academic programs. The enrollment growth of my campus has transformed the lives of over 38,000 graduates and the communities in which they work, live, and serve. During my tenure as president, we have exceeded annual enrollment targets and continue to experience higher yield rates when compared year over year. Our campus has also conducted an evaluation of our projected growth in students, faculty, and staff that indicates the need for additional instructional, academic, and student support services space to accommodate growth over the next 5 years. Additionally, our extended learning unit has developed a strategic plan showing enrollment in credit programs growing by 5 to 7% annually. For non-credit courses, the enrollment growth is expected to be 20% per year, and with additional students comes additional faculty and staff required to provide instruction and student services. The rapid and expected continued growth of the San Marcos campus has required us to be strategic in space planning. With thought and intentionality, we have repurposed spaces across our campus to provide for expanded instructional space for a number of needs, and with this endeavor, the campus has an opportunity to partner with the private sector to provide instructional and student support space that will provide much needed relief for bottleneck courses and help ensure students' pathways to graduation. Importantly, the secondary effects of vacated space on the campus creates additional capacity for various campus uses, including our emerging engineering program, additional classroom space, and faculty offices. A pedestrian bridge landing at the entrance of our newly constructed sports center creates literal and virtual pathways to success for students on campus and builds a sense of community with students in residence halls and the greater community. Student life and the student experience are greatly enriched through co-curricular activities to ensure student success. This rare opportunity to expand the campus footprint serves as a catalyst for the area. The retail space will also create opportunities for essentially on-campus student employment. Together with our partner, we will be able to do something special, build a downtown for our community, and build a college town. Today, I seek your conceptual approval to continue negotiations of a public-private partnership to build a new extended learning and student support services building. Thank you in advance for your consideration of this project. I will now turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Eaton to review the project specifics.
Thank you, President Haynes. The proposed project is an extended learning and student services building to be constructed on approximately 2 acres of land owned by the developer and located directly adjacent to the San Marcos campus. The project will be a 135,000 gross square foot building, including 15,000 gross square feet of retail space and 500 to 600 spaces of parking. The project cost is currently estimated at approximately $70 million, and in addition, the developer will build a pedestrian bridge from the site to the campus at its cost. On behalf of the campus, University Auxiliary Research and Services Corporation, a campus auxiliary in good standing, is expected to enter into an agreement with the developer. Under the agreement, the auxiliary and the developer will jointly create a special purpose entity to facilitate the development of the project, with the developer contributing the land and constructing the project. Upon completion of the project, the auxiliary will lease the academic space, approximately 120,000 gross square feet, from the special purpose entity for a term of 30 years. At the end of the 30-year lease term, when the financing debt has been paid off, ownership of the project will be shared under a condominium structure, whereby ownership of the academic space and a pro rata share of the land, parking, and other physical components of the project will transfer to CSU San Marcos, and the developer will retain the retail space along with the remaining pro rata share of the land, parking, and physical components of the project. Under the condominium structure, the campus will ultimately own approximately 90% of the project, and the developer will own approximately 10%. In addition to contributing the land and constructing the project, the developer will also be responsible for arranging the financing of the project and will be responsible for all costs associated with environmental and entitlement processes. The auxiliary and the campus will be responsible for operating and maintaining the academic space, while the developer will be responsible for all costs associated with operating and maintaining the retail space. Operating and maintenance costs for the rest of the project will be shared on a pro rata basis, and the pedestrian bridge will be maintained by the city. The campus extended learning and parking programs will contribute $10 million of reserves toward the construction of the project. The developer, through the special purpose entity, will issue bonds to finance the balance of construction costs. The auxiliary's payments under the 30-year lease will be set at an amount to cover the debt service on the bonds. In turn, the auxiliary will receive payments from the campus extended learning and parking programs to meet the lease payments. Thus, the bond financing will rely upon CSU's credit strength. As the project moves forward, amendments of the non-state capital outlay program, any proposed schematic plans, financial plans, and proposed key business points of the finalized development plan will be presented at future meetings for approval by the Board of Trustees. Chair Taylor, that concludes the presentation. We're happy to address any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Eaton. Happy to take any questions from members of the committee. I've got Trustee Carney, Morales, and then Fagan.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions about the structure of the financing. Do we have any idea what the value of the land is that the developer is contributing?
Yeah, the value of the land was just recently appraised within the last couple of weeks. We have an updated appraisal. It's valued at $8 million.
Okay, and the $10 million that will be contributed through extended learning and parking programs, when will that actually be at risk?
That will be within the structure of the construction. That will be put in and used at the back end of the construction. So it'll be placed in an escrow. So there's two reasons for that. One is to protect those assets, to make sure that the construction is well underway and we haven't put our money at risk first, and then the construction financing falls through. And then also it helps on tax-exempt financing that's spent at the back end. The proceeds of the tax-exempt financing are spent first.
Excellent, thank you. And then you mentioned both in your oral report and in the written report that thus the bond financing, and this is not system-wide revenue bonds, the bond financing will rely upon CSU's credit strength.
Right.
Is it actually only the credit strength of the auxiliary signing the lease?
This is one of those details, the structural details that will need to be worked out between now and final approval. But as described, ultimate source of cash flow will come from the campus extended learning and parking programs. That'll flow through the auxiliary. And the idea is to lower the cost of the project as much as possible. And so when we say relying upon CSU risk, at this point, it's an indirect reliance as has been described. However, if the documents ask that the CSU, for example, guarantees the lease payment of the auxiliary, that can lower the cost of financing, but it also shifts more risk to the CSU. Right. So that's one of the things that we will try to balance out as we go forward between now and the final development is where is that right trade-off for us? If we take on too much risk, then it almost starts to look like our own system-wide revenue bond financing. And the idea of a P3 is that we're shifting some of the risk off to the developer. But that's part of the balancing and the discussion that we'll have going forward.
Right, and keeping it out of the debt ratio analyses for the
That's correct,
system-wide revenue
yes.
bonds. Right, okay, thank you.
Very good. Trustee Morales and Trustee Fagan.
Yes, I want to know if this particular approach with the particulars, is this something that we've done before, so this is just another version going to this campus, or is this a new approach in particular? That's one question. The other question I have is, what happens after the 30 years?
So on your first question, this is a unique opportunity because of the relationship with the developer, and it has land right adjacent to the campus. So there have been instances in which we have had opportunities to partner with a developer across the street from a campus to put a project in place for us. But this is not typical of how we would do a P3. Most of the P3s that we do, public-private partnerships, typically we have land on campus and we're receiving a ground rent. So this is unique. It is a P3, public-private partnership, but if you think of public-private partnerships as kind of running a continuum of risk and risk transfer, this one is a little closer to the CSU in terms of we're still doing a lot. We're contributing the reserves up front. We're going to be kind of servicing the debt. So it's different than most P3s that we see, and it's unique because of the unique circumstances of the campus here. So I don't envision that this would become a model that we would replicate in large measure because the circumstances are unique. And then on your second question, at the end of 30 years, the debt will be paid off, and then the ownership of the project will, the academic space and a pro rata share of the land and other improvements, that will be owned by the campus, CSU San Marcos, and then their balance, the retail space and the pro rata share of the remaining parts of the project will be owned by the developer. Think of it as kind of a condominium structure, which is how we've described it.
Yeah. Very good. Trustee Fagan. And, Trustee Fagan and then Trustee Nylon.
So in recent times, we've been very impressed, I think, by a lot of projects that are self-funded by people who are going to use them, necessitating no outlay of operating funds or things of that nature, often through SRBs and those situations. So this seems a little different than that. We're obviously with the elephant in the room today about student fees and other issues. Is this that? I mean, are we not really spending money that we could use for other purposes to alleviate some of these needs for increased funding? Are we not spending those kinds of funds? Is this a self-supporting thing? It seems a little different.
It's different in terms of the structure, but the ultimate source of the cash flow comes from extended education and parking, and those are self-funded programs. One of the options that the campus considered early on was building a much smaller project, an extended education project on campus, which would have been fully self-funded through SRB. Given its overall space needs, it also needs some student services space, decided to combine those needs within this project. And then also, as I noted before, the opportunity across the street with a developer to say, hey, look, I've got some land here. We can partner with you. We have a need, some retail space. You have a need for this kind of space. Let's partner together and put it on our land. So that's what makes this unique. And in so doing, also then frees up space on the campus for other academic needs and priorities that couldn't necessarily be met by this particular space.
So more academic space is the key part of this development.
Yes.
And Doug, another thing is different. We don't own the land.
Yeah,
so many P3s, we already own the land, but in this one we don't. And it's directly across the street from the campus. So getting academic space on land we don't own, you're going to have a slightly different structure than maybe what we've seen in the past.
So it's pretty much being funded out of user fees.
That's correct.
Still.
Yes.
Yeah.
Large part, yes.
All right, Trustee Nylon, and then Trustee Morales again.
And good morning. Just curious, as this is a fairly unique mechanism, who chooses which tenants occupy the retail space, and that it's consistent with the mission of the CSU system and with the specific campus, especially as you see in older retail entities, sometimes the types of tenants can be less than desirable?
Yes, that'll be part of when we put the final documents in place, the CCNRs on the lease agreements and stuff. The campus will lead that. They'll have the advice of counsel as well. We have internal counsel as well as outside counsel, and also Chancellor's Office staff to review that and make sure that we have the kind of protections in there to avoid those kinds of issues that you've raised. So.
All right, Trustee Morales.
Yeah, I want to ask about the property or the real estate there on that campus. I visited when it was like 3 years after it opened. So at that time, it seemed like it was a lot of land, but maybe now, I mean, so how, is it pretty crammed there now? I mean, so what's the availability of campus land?
I do know that a lot of their footprint is hillside, which is difficult to develop, but perhaps I could ask President Haynes to comment on kind of the general density and the progress they've made on the campus planning.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And let me address a little bit Trustee Fagan's questions because I think they're very valid. This is an opportunity for us to actually get more space for academic and student services needs. Many of you may know that Cal State San Marcos has had a stateside academic building on the list, 27th, and this is, we hope, a short-term, for a short-term space need as we continue to grow. We're still going to need that stateside and on the campus, Trustee Morales, academic building. To your point, in the last 10 to 11 years, we have constructed 11 buildings on the campus. And we now, while we still have some available space for footprints, one, hopefully the next academic building on the second level of the campus, the final part of the campus that's almost 90 acres is up the hillside, and right now would be very expensive to begin construction up there because the campus spent 16 years excavating to have the opportunity to put most of the academic buildings on that second and third level. So yes, we have land, but it is very difficult land to build, very costly and difficult. Yes, we have an academic building that we have been trying to get higher on the state-funded list for future growth, but in the meantime, the campus has continued to grow. This is a unique opportunity. This footprint of this building would actually be right across the street from a 900-bed residential facility with the same private partner that we constructed in 2008. So we have an ongoing relationship with this partner. This building is right across the street in the only proximate area to our campus that would be available for purchase and allow us to immediately expand academic space on our campus, because extended learning would then move off the campus across the street, providing a fair-sized building for other academic programs in proximity to the hub of the campus.
Very good. Thank you very much, President Haynes. Members, if there aren't any other questions, we'll move to vote. Very good comments. Certainly the issue of financing, Trustee Carney, we will keep a close eye on. I'm visiting San Marcos in 2 weeks, in part to take a specific look at this, because it is a little bit different and unique, but it's also a unique opportunity to address some campus needs that otherwise would go unmet. So we'll again, have this come back. Any estimate when this might come back for final approval, Mr. Eaton?
Right now, we're targeting May because of the development schedule and the construction schedule. So.
Well, I'm glad I'm going down there in April.
Yep, it'll be a very timely visit.
Good. Okay, this is, again, an action item, conceptual approval of the public-private partnership to develop this extended learning and student services project next to Cal State San Marcos is before the committee. Only committee members may vote at this time. May I have a motion?
I move.
And a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstentions? This particular motion on the conceptual approval is adopted. Our final item, also an action item, is on the proposed tuition increase for the academic year 2017-18. The item will be presented by Mr. Relier and Mr. Storm. Steve, please begin.
Trustee Taylor, if I may, before turning it to Steve Relier.
Of course, Chancellor.
So I want to be really clear that I have no joy in bringing this agenda item to you for our consideration as trustees. And I encourage and thank our students and our faculty, our staff and our labor leaders for raising their voice in recognition of our financial needs and in dissent of increasing tuition. And I implore these folks to take the same message to Sacramento, as do I, where the political decisions are going to be made regarding our state appropriated funds. We, as trustees, do not have the authority to make that decision. As we listen carefully to the messages, well, as we listen carefully to the messages, we hear the anguish about quality, of the unmet needs in the learning experience and the learning environment in our facilities. We hear about the burden of the total cost of attendance to the university, about access not only to a campus, but access to courses and advisors and to co-curricular activities and the support that develop and nourish the human mind, the heart, the soul, and the spirit. And we hear about the imperative to complete our degrees. Indeed, more professorial faculty and courses to serve students? You bet, but it requires resources. Academic preparation, as we heard yesterday, for students who need assistance with communication and quantitative reasoning skills? You bet, but it requires resources. In a moment, there will be a presentation of the tuition item, followed by a robust discussion, and in the main, this discussion will focus on the what and the how. But let me briefly comment, please, on why this issue matters, on why California needs and benefits from the California State University. You know, there are many forces at play to pull us apart as a society. Examples are abundant. They include economic status. They include environmental conditions, social factors, and political interests from both local to global. Those are the centrifugal forces driven often by self-interest, by greed, by disrespect, by power, by turf. But great public universities, and CSU, make no mistake, is a great public university, is the counterbalance. It is the counterforce. It is a centripetal force designed to pull us back together. Knowledge indeed of a discipline is necessary, but so much more. Fostering inclusion, not exclusion. Seeking more than tolerance of ideas and people and cultures that may differ, but rather facilitate understanding and respect and enjoyment of the shared commonality and difference of the human condition. It should stimulate skills of communication, of managing ambiguity, of literacy, personal literacy for health and science and technology and finance. It should foster cultural and environmental awareness and sensitivity. It should develop the professional disposition necessary to navigate a life and a career which will have many, many jobs. This is the world that I aspire, where our fellow humans can be self-actualizing to live the life where their talents, their passion, and their drive steer them, where they have tools to serve beyond self. And in so doing, they will make California better for all, let alone the nation and the world. I know you have seen the recent Stanford study on rates of social mobility for students from about 100 universities across this nation. It's no surprise to me at all that 4 of the top 10 of those universities as beacons of social mobility are the California State University campuses, with Los Angeles being number 1 in the nation. Proof positive by a third party, by an analytical set of economists from Stanford, that an educated citizenry improves the quality of life for all. To ensure that we have an educated citizenry in California is one of the biggest challenges of the decades ahead and one of our most serious responsibilities. That is why CSU matters. That is why, Trustee Taylor, we're having today's conversation and action. That is why the honor and privilege, the responsibility and accountability of being a trustee is so important, at times joyous and at other times not. We, as trustees, are responsible for the current and long-term health and vitality of the California State University. It has been entrusted to our care and our fiduciary obligations defined by the duty of care, the duty of loyalty, and the duty of obedience to the mission of the California State University and to no one else. As I said, I don't bring this forward with an ounce of joy. I bring it out of necessity. We need resources to fulfill our commitment and duty to our students and to California and to Californians. I acknowledge and understand that some of our students will be affected by this financial burden. This isn't the majority of our students. This is not the majority of our students who have financial aid. This recommendation, however, benefits all of our students.
Thank you, Chancellor White. In January, we described the governor's budget proposal and the importance of full state funding of our budget requests so that we can continue the work of the graduation initiative and other university priorities. We believe that investment by the state to fund this budget will both be an investment in the success of our students and the future of California. Three goals we intend to achieve as they relate to the tuition proposal and to the 2017-18 fiscal year are as follows. First, fund the Graduation Initiative 2025 so that we can add more classes. So the first is to add more classes and hire more faculty, advisors, and academic support staff, which will reduce time to degree by 1 or more semesters and save students and their families thousands of dollars over the long run. Second, ensure campuses have the resources to provide a high quality and rigorous academic environment for all students, along with the academic and student support services required, leading to a lifetime of achievement and success. And finally, keep tuition affordable and among the lowest in the United States, and make sure that CSU students with the greatest financial need are not impacted by any tuition increase. Therefore, the Chancellor's Office believes it's prudent to recommend the option of a modest tuition increase this year. This would allow us to achieve our system-wide goals while ensuring that we stay true to our values, vision, and mission. Assistant Vice Chancellor for Budget, Ryan Storm, will provide an update since our last meeting and will provide a recap of the budgetary circumstances that have led us to this action today. Ryan?
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Relyea. As you'll recall, the Chancellor's Office created a website that, among other things, provided the opportunity for students, their families, and members of the public to comment on the proposal. The public comment section has been open since the January board meeting. Staff have summarized the comments and issues raised as of March 20th, that was Monday. You have also had the opportunity to hear from students and members of the university community today and at the January meeting. We appreciate the comments received from students and their families who took the time to express their concerns about the tuition increase. We reviewed all the comments and identified three major themes: affordability, transparency, and the need for state funding. The next few slides respond to these themes. The first theme relates to the interconnection of the affordability of college, time to degree, and student debt. Many comments concluded that a tuition increase would add to already high-cost items like rent and textbooks, and that a tuition increase does not make sense when housing and food insecurity are issues for some students. Others indicated that a tuition increase would hinder time to degree and would increase student loan debt. Finally, there was a common message that it will take students longer to graduate if they have to work more hours to pay for rising costs, thus requiring them to spend less time on campus, taking fewer classes each year or taking out additional student loans. The proposed tuition increase will have an impact on the total price students pay to attend the university, and we want to make sure that all students know the resources available to them through federal, state, and institutional financial aid programs. As we talked about previously, 62% of undergraduate students have their tuition fully covered by grants and waivers, and 80% of students apply for and receive financial aid. These types of financial aid resources include $39 million that we will add to the State University Grant Program, that we can help students balance their academic career with their work and family obligations. However, we do acknowledge that some students may need to take out a larger loan or take additional work hours to cover the proposed increase. When it comes to the other factors affecting the cost of attendance, campus and system leadership has and is working to reduce operating costs of the university where possible. At your November 2016 meeting, we reviewed recent CSU efficiencies and cost avoidance accomplishments. As examples, the CSU is working through affordable learning solutions that will help reduce the price students pay for textbooks, and the CSU is working to help provide accessible and affordable housing options for students in many high-cost housing regions of the state. The tuition structure also encourages students to take as many units as possible per term by charging the same full-time rate for any number of units above 6 units. Campus graduation initiative strategies are focused on encouraging students to take 15 units per term when they can. So while students strive to find the time and resources they need to balance their academic goals with the need to work to support themselves, and oftentimes their families, the tuition structure provides a financial incentive to maximize units taken per term. We understand that a tuition increase will be an added burden to some students, and we are committed to working with students to guide them through their financial aid options, advise them along their paths to degree, and ensure they have the academic and student support services they need to be successful. The second theme drawn from the comments is the need for greater transparency in the way the CSU uses its budget to fund various priorities, indicating that campuses have many areas that need attention, from course availability to facility maintenance. To go further, the comments stress that students are unsure what new courses, new student services, or refurbished academic facilities would result from the tuition increase. As we have shared during past presentations, revenue from the tuition increase will be used to fund campus efforts to achieve Graduation Initiative 2025. At the system-wide level, this new revenue will allow campuses to offer at least 3,000 more courses, hire 400 new faculty, and increase investments in advising, tutoring, and other student services. This investment will help students reduce their time to degree, ultimately saving them over $3,000 for each semester they can shave off their total undergraduate career. Now, one-time and recurring state general funds from the past 3 state budgets, combined with recent restructured infrastructure bonds, provide the CSU the opportunity to make new, meaningful campus infrastructure investments where they are needed most. In addition to Graduation Initiative investments, campus infrastructure plans include new spending on deferred maintenance and new or revitalized academic facilities, consistent with the board-approved 5-year capital program. A third major theme that arose from the public comments is that the state should fund the needs of the CSU rather than raising the price students pay. And we could not agree more. In partnership with students, faculty, staff, board members, alumni, business leaders, and other stakeholders, we have and will continue to make the case that an investment by the state in the CSU will be investment in the success of students and an investment in the future of California. So to recap how we've gotten to today's proposed action item, it is important to walk through the interrelated budget and tuition stories for 2017-18. As we approached planning for the upcoming fiscal year last fall, we knew this would be an exceptional and challenging year. We had significant financial commitments already in place for existing employee compensation and mandatory costs. We have open contracts with more employee groups, and we have a deferred maintenance backlog that persists. We also knew that a significant investment in Graduation Initiative 2025 would be necessary to meet the ambitious yet achievable goals, and that demand by first-time freshmen and transfer students for a CSU education continues to grow. Consequently, the top priority is to advocate for full funding of the support budget request by the state. You heard from Assistant Vice Chancellor Shavira. So you heard from Assistant Vice Chancellor Shavira and Vice Chancellor Ashley yesterday about our advocacy efforts, and we look forward to continuing to work with all of our university partners in Sacramento this spring. To be clear, the CSU believes that full investment by the state in this university is the best option. In November, the board adopted the support budget plan that acknowledged the CSU's priorities, and in January, the governor made his budget proposal. Those early assumptions about the initial funding proposals have come to pass, and today there is a $168 million gap between the trustees' budget request and the state budget proposal. Without any narrowing of that gap, it would mean that there would be no new funds to support the graduation initiative, no new funds for enrollment increases, no new funds for academic and infrastructure needs, and no new funds for additional employee compensation increases. That is not a path forward for the university or for California. But that being said, the board does not have control over the decisions made by state leaders, but can take action today to help ensure our ability to make investments in our top priorities. This tuition increase proposal aims to keep the increase as low as possible, but at a level that will generate enough funding to meaningfully invest in the graduation initiative in order to help students reduce their overall time to degree. This slide shows the current rates for undergraduate, credential, and graduate students and identifies the proposed tuition increase and new total tuition rates. The vast majority of CSU students are in one of these levels. These rates are for students taking more than 6 units. The tuition rates for students taking fewer than 6 units can be found in your materials and online. Other system-wide rates that are part of this proposal include those charged for 3 doctoral programs and 2 supplemental tuition charges. One of those for graduate business professional programs and another for non-resident tuition. Those details are also included in your materials and online. Overall, the proposal would generate $77.5 million of net new revenue. This is after setting aside $39 million for CSU's state university grant program. The new revenue will be used to offer more courses, enable students to earn their degrees more quickly, allow CSU to hire additional full-time faculty, academic and non-academic support staff, and provide more academic and student support services. Executive Vice Chancellor has some final comments.
Thank you, Ryan. The option of increasing tuition is not one we take lightly and is one of the most difficult decisions this board will consider. I want to thank all of the students and members of our CSU community who took the time to express their concerns via the web and in person. We value and take your input very seriously, and we consider the action presented here today. Please know that we too believe that full funding from the state of California is the best option for the CSU, and that we remain committed to continuing to work in partnership with all stakeholders to advocate for the full funding of the support budget request made by the trustees for the 2017-18 fiscal year. If the board passes this item today, we will ensure that students have opportunities to earn their degrees sooner by adding more faculty, courses, academic support staff, and other critical support options. We will, secondly, ensure a high-quality academic environment for each and every CSU student. And finally, ensure that students who qualify for financial aid and who come from families making less than $70,000 per year will not be impacted by the increase. Over 255,000 students, or roughly 62% of our undergraduate students, fall into this population. That concludes our presentation, and Ryan and I are available to take any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Steve, I'd like to ask a couple of questions about the materials in the book that you prepared to get them out and make sure I'm understanding correctly. On the first page of your write-up, you said several financial aid grant and waiver programs cover the full cost of tuition for more than 60% of the CSU undergraduates. Will that still be the case after the tuition increase?
That is correct.
All right. Secondly, you mentioned on page 2, as of the current fiscal year 16-17, the CSU is funded at essentially the same level as the pre-recession levels 9 years ago, 2007, 2008. Is that correct?
Yes, the same levels with about 20,000 more students.
All right. And then the paragraph below, what's particularly eye-popping to me, put another way, the state has not provided a total of $425 million of recurring funding requested by the CSU since the recovery began. In other words, monies we've put into our annual budget request that they have not funded over the last 4 years.
Yes, that is correct.
Would we be sitting here talking about tuition increase had the state actually met those funding requests?
No, we would not.
So, members, we'll take questions now, but it sure seems to me that there is zero joy, as the Chancellor said, in considering this item before us today. And we're here because the state has consistently, persistently underfunded this institution. And it's an embarrassment that we're stuck with this awful choice between access and quality. You know, one of our student speakers earlier, I think it was Ms. Goss from Fullerton, talked about the CSU promise, and she read off the language, right? And it had quality and access in the same sentence. And yet here we are being asked to choose between one and the other. Nobody likes being in that position. We sure wish the legislature and governor would step up and fund this institution the way it deserves. But their track record is not good. Their track record has not supported the CSU the way it should have been. So we are in the position now of having to make this painful choice. And make no mistake, when I talk about quality, quality at this institution has slipped. It is not as good as it used to be. Tenure track density is an embarrassment. Our worn out buildings are an embarrassment. Our class size is going in the wrong direction. Our graduation rates, well, we had plenty of conversations about how we need to make improvement there. When I was in the bond business, I used to, have a favorite phrase, the trend is our friend. In this case, the trend is not our friend. If we don't make a serious financial intervention in this institution, 10 years from now, the brothers and sisters of those students sitting out there will not receive the quality education that they deserve. But quality costs money. And, I'm a broken record on the issue of administrative efficiencies. I don't think a single meeting has gone by in my 2 years here where I haven't pounded on ways to save money, ways to redirect resources into the academic enterprise the way we really must, so we can look at taxpayers in the eye and say we're spending their money to the maximum effect to benefit students, so we can look students and their parents in the eye and say those tuition dollars are going to benefit you. And I will continue to do that in my next 4 years that I have the privilege of serving on this board. But in those 4 years, I do not want to, at the end of it, look back and say, yeah, I worked hard to help a good institution move towards mediocrity less quickly than it might have otherwise. So the question is, where does the money come from? I sure hope that come May and June, when the legislature and the governor are wrestling with where to put resources, that they will choose CSU as the #1 priority. And I certainly hope that we're in that position so that this issue of tuition can be moot. But until that point, I'm going to step up and vote yes on this tuition increase, and I encourage you to consider doing the same. Questions, comments? Go to Lieutenant Governor Newsom, and then Trustee Farrar, and then Trustee Fagan.
Peter, let me acknowledge your passion, and I appreciate what you said. I draw a different conclusion, and here's why. We've become, and I say this respectfully, excellent sheep. We are predictable. we're doing the job, as you say, of the legislature and the governor. But we'll be doing the job again if we do what predictably we do in every circumstance that this has. I mean, we've repeated this over and over and over again. Continue to do what you've done, you'll get what you got. If you want something to change, you got to do something differently. And you know, I'm glad the speaker's here, and I'm glad he's here to experience this firsthand. You know, we talk a good game in Sacramento about supporting higher education, but you're absolutely right. We've fallen short over and over and over again. And yet, each year, we take care of their problem. We just did it at the UC with barely a debate. By the way, thank you guys for showing up. No one showed up at the UC when we increased tuition. I'm grateful and blessed. I mean it. We're predictable. So what if, I mean this, colleagues, what if we actually do something novel and we say no? What if tomorrow's headline, but what if, honestly, what if tomorrow's headline is in unpredictable / unprecedented move, the CSU Board of Trustees rejected a tuition increase, putting the pressure back on the legislature and the governor that are in the middle of budget discussions, in the middle of negotiation. What if that were tomorrow's headline, as opposed to the predictable headline that tuition was once again increased? We lamented about it. We acted as if we were victims. And yet we, you know, this problem of debt happened once again on our watch. So, you know, I draw a different conclusion. And I don't think it's risky to do it. Now, I understand there's a timing issue. There's always a timing issue. And I understand notification, and I understand the burdens of counting on the legislature and the governor that have many different constituent groups demanding the same as we're demanding. But I mean this. We have got to do something differently than we have done. And it's not just now about resources, it's about resourcefulness. It's about recognizing we have agency, that we're not bystanders. You know, there's an old saw in life. It says it's not conditions that determine our fate and future, it's decisions. We've got to make better decisions. And I think a smart decision to make today is to say no, and to take the spirit of what you're suggesting, Peter, and put it right back on where it belongs. And Chancellor, you're right, where it belongs. You know, we're doing the bidding of the legislature and the governor. It's a public university. And we have got to say enough. And we've got to stand strong. And so I just think, folks, we have that opportunity. And if we don't do it, I know exactly what's going to happen. With all due respect, and the speaker, I don't want to speak for you, but this is what happened each and every circumstance before. You'll move on to everybody else is showing up protesting, and you'll have to feed that beast, so to speak. And I don't want to let you off the hook. I don't want to let the governor off the hook this time. So, you know, anyway, you know, we need the money. Boy, do we need the money. And we need to advocate for the money. I think this is the best approach to advocacy, saying no today to this tuition increase.
All right, I have trustees Farrar, Fagan, Carney, Simon. Okay, trustees Farrar, Fagan, Carney, and then Simon.
I have just a couple of questions. First of all, if we do approve the tuition increase today, and then we get, wait, let me finish, then we get full funding from, which maybe would happen, we would get full funding, our expectation. Would we be able to reimburse the tuition at that point?
Yes.
Rescind?
Yes.
Yes.
If we were to get full funding of the CSU budget, yes, we would.
Yes. So then I know I've actually been on this board a while, so it was kind of, I mean, I assumed the answer, and it has happened before, where it was a tremendous amount of work, but the tuition was returned, so to say, rescinded. All right, my other question is, I think we need to discuss, I think what Governor Newsom was speaking about, Lieutenant Governor, it is really, I mean, I've sat on this board with frustration for years thinking, well, we should do that, and then they would come forward and maybe pick up the slack, so to say, or what is necessary. Knowing that as trustees, we do have a fiduciary responsibility here to keep this university running. So what if we go along with this and we're going to show the legislators we're not going to take it anymore and we're going to reject this? What would happen if they don't come through? What would be the consequences? I mean, just briefly, if we could maybe go through that a little bit.
I will start, and then I'll ask Ryan to chip in. First thing is the tuition increase is dedicated to the graduation initiative and all those student success things, the initiatives that we talked about. Yesterday, you heard a presentation from Executive Vice Chancellor Lauren Blanchard and his team about some of the things that we're going to be doing. You've heard other presentations about what we need to do in terms of additional faculty, additional courses, additional advisors. We simply won't be able to do those things. That's first. Secondly, the money that's in the budget for facilities, and we've talked about the state of our facilities, that will just not happen. Enrollment increase, we are now turning away more qualified students than at any other time. We will have to not have any enrollment increase for next year. That'll be frozen. So that is a start. I don't know, Ryan, if there's anything you want to add to that.
I think there's more of a, well, what could we fund? As of right now, according to the governor's budget proposal, we could cover our existing compensation costs, and we could cover a portion of what we call our mandatory costs. Some of those are dental premium increases that occur naturally, healthcare increases, those sorts of things. So it's very small amount of new investment that we could provide the students at this university.
And sorry. Are you finished, Trustee Farrar? Yes. Okay, Trustee Newsom, you had a question to follow
through
on.
the chair, I want to also answer the question. Thank you. We can revisit this. You can recalendar this if they don't. I mean, I appreciate that very maudlin and negative and dystopian response, but and I get it, because that's right. I mean, nothing that precludes this body from reconvening and reacting to that scenario. But we're not even affording the chance if we do the bidding of the legislature and the governor today. We'll never know if we just succumb to the temptation to be predictable in terms of our response to the current budget, particularly in light of the fact there's a May revise in a few weeks, or a month and a half. We're in a position to come back after that May revise. If the legislature and the governor do not commit to it, we'll have a good sense, and we can come back in a regular schedule, or we can have, we do it all the time. We can convene an emergency meeting to address those legitimate concerns about a lack of funding.
Okay, I've got Trustees Fagan, Carney, Simon, Reyes Salinas, and then Trustee Torlakson, were you in line? Okay, very well. And then Trustees Eisen and Day.
One of the great things about this body and about this system is that we may see things differently as far as how to get to the goal, but I think we're all sharing in the goal of what makes this university great and the benefits to the state of California, and most importantly to the individual students. I think the Chancellor was very eloquent in describing all that, but we do disagree on how to get there at times. And I think the Lieutenant Governor's comments are very well taken. And I'd like to just point out that I think there are other alternatives, possibly, maybe short term, maybe longer term. It's all about choices. And we don't have to necessarily say, give us, we've got to do the tuition increase or disaster is going to happen to everything. Because what about some other ideas? I think one thing is that sometimes the administration has been a little on track towards the way it's always been done. Our money is either from the state or from the students, tuition or state money. The alternatives may not get as much in one swoop as everything we need. There are ideas like, for example, new revenue sources that I think may not be explored as well, that are non-traditional, that aren't within the ways we've been looking at. Maybe they only raise some small amount, but if you can find a number of those, I have some specific ideas that I've floated before, and you put them all together, they start making real money. New technology, are we making enough use of that to enable us to be as efficient? Peter is always, as he's talked about, are we really as efficient as we could be? I think the administration has made a real effort to be efficient. We brought in, and are bringing in more money from investments, insurance cuts, all these different ideas, buying power. But is it enough? I have a feeling on a $7 billion budget, we're talking about raising about 1% here. Is it the case on a $7 billion budget we can't find some other savings that will enable us to avoid a tuition increase? It's all about choices. One small example about priorities. I don't know if everybody knows this, but this building is going to be, or has already started to be, refurbished and remodeled. Some of the elevators don't always work. The air conditioning isn't perfect. You know, there's some other, that sounds like I'm making too light of it, but in fact, there are serious needs to be remodeled. As part of that remodeling, there's some extra leasing space on long-term expenses in private office buildings going on here. The total is maybe 5-6 million a year. Are there another, you know, if we looked at that investment that's being made this year and said we put it off for a year, and we found out of 23 campuses and 650,000 people and $7 billion, if we found 10 more of those, maybe they exist, maybe they don't, but if we found 10 more, that would equal an amount that we're talking about raising from this tuition increase. So, you know, the legislature, the governor, the whole world, it seems, certainly this last presidential campaign, one message: we got to cut costs for students and make it easier to get a college education for the future of them and the future of our country. I don't think we're, you know, headed in that direction right now. Another concern, of course, as far as student funding, is what's going to happen in the federal government budget. Some of those items coming out don't look that great, may have an impact on the ability of students to be able to afford a college education. Those are all issues that worry me. And most importantly, we're doing this year. You know, there's not going to be tons of money that are added next year running around, or the year after, or the year after. This is only the beginning. How are we going to have that mindset next year and the year after? How are we going to meet those challenges of reduced resources that are coming down the road, whether you like it or not? Are we going to raise tuition next year and the year after and the year after? We've got to look at the future. We've got to look at the present. We've got to have some imagination. We've got to change those priorities right now. And that's why I'm voting no. I think it's the wrong. I think this is the wrong message. It's the wrong time. And most of all, it's the wrong decision.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Fagan. Trustees Carney, Simon, Reyes Salinas, Torlakson, Eisen, Day, and Nylon. Jane?
Thank you. Well, I begin my thoughts about this by saying that over the year that I've been on this board, I've come to realize that our campuses really are on very skinny budgets. You know, I doubted that in the beginning. I tried to pay attention, and I think that's accurate. And I think that both the lack of funding and the recession really cut the fat out of, if where there was fat, it was gone. Doug, we did the deferred maintenance, and look what's happening on our campuses as a result. And if we look to further deferring maintenance as a way to avoid a tuition increase, we dig ourselves deeper into an expensive hole. So, and the PPIC report that just came out shows that the CSU's cost per graduate has reduced tremendously. So I start by saying, I think the need is real. So then it's a question of who's going to pay for it. So I would love to follow the Lieutenant Governor's lead and play chicken with the legislature. I would love to do that. But you know, they don't feel this pressure the same way we do, because they're getting pressure from a variety of sources. And there are a lot of needs that the state needs to fund. So I'm a little concerned that in the end we'll win that game of chicken, and I think the penalty is too high. So personally, what I would like to see made a part of the resolution is, well, two things actually. If we approve the tuition increase and the state fully funds our support budget, that the tuition increase is automatically rescinded. So it's right there in black and white. It happens automatically. We don't have to meet. We don't have to, there's no discretion. It just happens. The tuition increase goes away. The second thing is, in the comments that apparently appeared on the website about the prospective tuition increase, there was a talk about transparency. And would the funds really be used for the benefit of the students? And I think that should be in the resolution. That the tuition, the funds from this tuition increase would be used for those items that you enumerated. Increased faculty, increased classes, and increased student support services. And nothing else. And I think that there should be reports back to the board, at least for the first 2 years, showing us where the monies have been spent so that we know that that's what happened with these funds. Because there are a lot of needs, and the needs are all legitimate. But I think the tuition ought to be used for direct student benefit.
So Trustee Carney, to be clear, you're suggesting essentially two amendments to the motion?
Yes.
The first one would pertain to, can you state it again and make sure that General Counsel Virgie
Yes.
has
That if
language that we can all hear back?
If this USC support budget is fully funded by the state, that the tuition increase would be automatically rescinded.
Fram, you got that? Okay. And the second one
second
pertains
one
to
is
transparency
that-
and use of money.
Right. The use of money would be limited exclusively to things for direct student benefit, including increased classes, additional faculty, and additional student support services. And that there would be... And that there would be reports back to the board for the first 2 years on how the funds have been spent.
Okay, so General Counsel Virgie, we have two proposed amendments. I'd like to continue discussion before any vote is taken. Will we vote on the amendments to make sure they're added appropriately to the entire motion? Okay, very well. Thank you, Trustee Carney. Let's go to Trustee Simon, then Reyes, Salinas, Torlakson, Eisen, Day, and Nylon.
I mean, I just don't know where to start. I think, like everyone in the Horseshoe, the presidents and the students and the faculty and parents, in this political and economic moment, shifts are extremely difficult. So I actually just want to take a couple of minutes and talk about the last few weeks of, I would say probably about 500 students have emailed me and called me, and parents have been texting me. I don't know where folks got my cell phone number, but the beauty of the organizing and the stories. and then watching the staff and our chancellor figure out how to fill holes with anguish. And, you know, initially when we started having this conversation, I'm really mostly just at this point talking to the students, because everyone at the Horseshoe, you know, we've been having these conversations in depth. We've been reading, we've been looking at the line items. But when I got on this board, I was very clear with, in my politics, I actually thought everybody was making too much money. And then I started looking at our private counterparts and realized that the presidents are 50% under market, that our buildings are falling apart, right? That students are working 3 and 4 jobs. There was a student that I talked to 3 days ago who spends $20 per day getting to San Francisco State from a little city called Antioch. Just yesterday, I left this campus to go to where I'm staying, and I caught a Lyft. I know I should have caught a cab. It's not that easy in Long Beach. And there was a woman, and she had a Gator license plates. I mean, it brings me to tears just to think about her. And I get in the car, and I said, "Oh, you're a Gator? I'm on the CSU board." She said, "My daughter's a Gator, and my husband passed away not too long ago. It's been a year. She's coming back home." She's coming back home. And she prayed for me today. She gave me a prayer to live in my values. And my values come from an organizing background. And students, it is important for us to understand that every single person at this Horseshoe is literally volunteering, almost volunteering, our time to be here. So what we actually have to do is go hard on the legislator to make sure that they are not asking the students to fill the hole. I don't believe our chancellor is doing that. He is in the midst of a very difficult decision to bring this to the board. I think, you know, in our politics, most of us believe that education is a human right and should be free. But the state continues to turn its back on the realities that the state not only needs more educated citizens, but that its public institutions are falling apart. As a mother of a child who is a junior at a state school, I understand the burden. I understand the hardships. Lastly, I will say to the young woman who literally showed up at my job, who's a student, who goes to our beautiful CSU in Hayward, who told me that her parents, who are day laborers, can no longer go to work with the fear of deportation, so she too is going home. $270 doesn't seem like a lot of money, but for some folks it is. And for every single president who has to figure out how to balance their budget in this moment, we think about that struggle as well for every student, for every faculty member who is being recruited by a private college who can make $30,000 more. But this is really on the backs of our legislature. Three weeks ago, I was going to vote yes, and I just can't. Thank you.
We'll go to trustees Reyes, Salinas, Torlakson, Eisenday, Nylund, and Abrego.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Today I have 2 messages. The first one's for Sacramento, and I don't know which camera is looking at me, but I want to make sure my pen and my shirt are red. It says Choose CSU. I remember when I was a senior in high school, and I chose a CSU. I chose CSU because I lived so close to home that I could go to CSUN and take care of my family. I chose the CSU because I saw diverse faculty and students on that campus. I chose the CSU because it had an affordable payment plan for me to work 30 to 40 hours a week to be able to pay for my tuition what my parents paid for the other half when they could. I chose the CSU because the CSU believed in me when I didn't even believe in myself in high school. So now, Sacramento, it's your turn to choose CSU, especially when you're asking us to graduate over 500,000 students in the next coming years, when you want us to close your achievement gaps, when you want us to increase your graduation rates, and at the same time increase our enrollment growth in our campuses. My second message is to my fellow trustees who have the privilege of voting today, because I don't have that privilege yet. And all I ask from you is that when you make that vote, you really think about all the opportunities that don't make you vote for a tuition increase, that you've looked at every other option possible. Because if I had to vote right now, I will vote no. It's not the right time, especially when our students are hungry, they're going through housing insecurity, when students who are suffering from mental illness are waiting 3 to 4 weeks for their first appointment on their campuses, when the middle class scholarship is in jeopardy, and when Pell Grants might not even be the same next year. We always pride ourselves in being the trendsetters, the leaders of the nation, and now all of a sudden we're scared of taking a risk. Please, I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
All right, trustees Torlakson, Eisenday, Nylon, Abrego, and Furstenberg. Trustee Torlakson?
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Jorge Reyes Salinas. He was one of the student leaders I met with to hear firsthand some of the concerns, and you expressed it so well today. So I cannot support these increases, and while urging a no vote, I look forward to continuing to work with all of us here and our campus leadership, our faculty and campus presidents to address the real financial challenges facing our UC, our Cal State University system, and UC faces similar. As I've shared with you before, the Cal State University system has been a huge benefit to my family. After World War II, with the help of the GI Bill, my father earned his Bachelor of Arts degree and teaching credential at San Francisco State College, as it was called then. And more recently, my daughter Tiffany earned her master's in public administration at Cal State East Bay. And countless of the students I taught and coached over the years saw their dreams fulfilled through a solid, high quality, incredibly excellent, terrific education at a CSU campus. So I well know the need to be sure, to keep working to be sure that our universities continue to provide that same world-class education and institutional support and instructional quality that provided so many opportunities for my family and the students I taught over the years. And we share the same goals, as Trustee Fagan pointed out, we share the same goals, but I want to point out and underscore that the trend has been in the wrong direction of sustaining that high quality, wrong direction for the good of that goal. In the 1990s, the state provided 80% of the CSU budget. Today it provides just 50%. While appreciating the efforts of the past few years, I want to underscore the need to aggressively seek a significantly larger portion of the state budget, larger state investment. I appreciate the hard work that has been done by our chancellor, by his team, by the teams on each campus to make our programs and operations more efficient and to reduce overhead costs. Yet we know we have a greater distance to go in this regard and more efficiencies to find. Let's redouble our efforts and continue seeking more ways to save funds. One way, for instance, I want to point out is to participate again in the state facilities bond program. It's not too soon to begin to look at 2018 or another statewide ballot. For many decades, CSU was part of a statewide school bond program. I believe we missed a big opportunity this past November when CSU was not part of Prop 51, which brought $9 billion of new capital construction and maintenance money to bear. So on these financial challenges, again, I wanted to hear firsthand from our most important stakeholders, our students. And last month had a good meeting with those leaders, including Maggie and many from campuses around the state. These students expressed to me, and we've heard it today, we've heard it in the past, They've expressed their deep worries and concerns about the rising cost of attendance, especially when you couple that with increases in the cost of living and the increasing cost of textbooks. I heard about the large number of students already working 30 to 40 hours a week that Jorge referenced. They are not sure that they can work more, and they're not sure how they're going to make ends meet. Students are also finding it very challenging, as Jorge also just mentioned, to find affordable on or off-campus housing. Nearly 1 in 10 students from recent reports identify themselves as homeless. And we have other reports telling us that 1 in 5 of our students experience food insecurity. Many don't know where their next good meal will be coming from. These struggles are a reality for far too many of our students. So I see the tuition proposal in this broader context, and I'm hopeful that with the May revise coming soon, that we will see revenue increases that can be dedicated to investing in our CSU system. If so, I urge us to make a request, significant request, and to begin a path of restoring the historic state investment levels. And in so doing so, in urging to work together to make that concerted effort to approach our good speaker, Rendon, we need to, I think, also further mobilize, redouble our efforts to mobilize our alumni and successful CSU grads who around the state can help share the message to our legislators as to the dire needs and the great benefits. So as we move forward, I would urge us to work concertedly and really focus on the May revise as a way to deal with the immediate balancing of the budget in this next 12 months. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's go trustees Eisen, Day, Nylon, Abrego, Furstenberg, and then Rendon. Trustee Eisen.
Thank you, Trustee Taylor. Well, I want to start by thanking all of my trustees around this horseshoe for the incredible intensity at which they are trying to make this very difficult decision. We had a board retreat a couple weeks ago, and we talked a lot about what our obligations as trustees are, not only to the sort of here and now, but to the long-term health of this institution, which the Californians created for the benefit of California and for its students. One of the things we talked about is how important in making these decisions, these very difficult decisions, is to gather as much information as we can, actual facts instead of alternative facts, and to make sure all of the information that we felt we needed to make this decision was obtained. So we have been asking a lot of questions of Executive Vice Chancellor Relier and his staff, of the Chancellor, and of each other over the course of these last several meetings where this has been under discussion. And I feel that thanks are in order to the staff, especially, and to Trustee Taylor and his leadership of the Finance Committee to get all of that information to us. I don't think there is anything that we're lacking in information. It's very clear from everything everybody has said so far, and probably will say, that the need for this institution is great. It is underfunded. It is chronically underfunded. We all feel it intensely, some of us very emotionally and immediately. But what and I'm very interested in the postcards, thank you for these, because what it shows on here is a balance. And that's what we have to do today, is balance the competing issues and interests and advocacy points that Lieutenant Governor Newsom made, and try to figure out what is the best way to get us to where we want to go. And in my view, what Trustee Carney has proposed is the best advocacy position and will help us to make the case that everybody feels so strongly needs to be made to the legislature and the governor that we need full funding. If we support the tuition increase today with the amendment that has been proposed, that it will be immediately rescinded upon the decision of the legislature to fully fund us, the pressure, in my view, for that to occur, I honestly am hopeful but not optimistic. But I think the chances are higher in that regard than if we simply vote no on the tuition increase, go out there and make our case as much as we can and hope for the best. And I think the negative of voting no is that we will lose an opportunity, maybe for a year, in terms of the timing, to obtain the resources we need to fund our graduation initiative, which is so imperative. We have, we've put a tremendous amount of energy into creating a plan that will help our students graduate and graduate sooner. That is what we mean by access. We mean access to an education that you can actually obtain a degree. Almost half of our students we lose before they get that degree. That is not acceptable for this institution to lose half of the students that we admit without a degree. It's not acceptable that they take 6 years when they could take 5.5. They take 5.5 when they could get it done in 5. And we need a plan, and we've got a plan. But when we as a board, all of us on this board, approved the graduation initiative, we did it knowing we would need resources. We made a decision as a board to support that graduation initiative for the benefit of our students. That is the only reason we did that, to benefit our students, to make their costs lower so that they could graduate sooner. And we need those resources, and we need them now. We have the momentum, we have the energy. We heard yesterday about the amazing plans we have to redo our entire program with respect to remediation, which may be one of the single greatest causes of our graduation rate issues and our losing of students. We have the initiative, we have the energy, and if we have this increase, we can put it into place while putting, I think, the maximum pressure on the legislature, and that's why I'm going to vote for it.
Okay, trustees Day, Nylon, Abrego, Rendon, Furstenberg, and then White.
Is that me next?
Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Taylor. So first, I'd like to start by thanking the students for being here today. Your activism, your enthusiasm, concern, and intelligence has certainly come through. I've had a chance to meet with a number of students in the last month, members of SQE, as well as members of various ASIs and other students who, frankly, don't have time to be part of a student organization, who are focused on their jobs and their schoolwork. So I've tried to listen very carefully to all of the concerns. And obviously, I too am very troubled by the decisions that we're faced with today. The report and the Chancellor and Steve have done a phenomenal job of laying out the facts as they are and the options that we have. But at the end of the day, there's really no easy way to rationalize the choice that we're faced with. At the end of the day, a large portion of students are going to pay more tuition. And it's going to have serious, painful consequences on them and their families and their budgets that they deal with every day and every month and every year. So I take the discussion today and the decision that we have to make very seriously. We're obviously stuck in a very difficult position because, unfortunately, I think society as a whole is as expressed through our legislature, has chosen to subsidize higher education less, which has required students and their parents to pay more. And I think our unified message is that we need to convince society, as expressed through our legislature, to subsidize higher education more so that students can pay less. And I think at the end of the day, hearing all of the discussion and our comments here, everyone in this room, students, faculty, staff, trustees, were completely united on our message and our intent And I think the difference is really form over function, and I respect all opinions and all points that have been raised, but really it's a difference of form over function and ultimately how we're going to convey the needs to the legislature. And I think it's important as well to understand and respect the situation that the legislature is in. And I appreciate the speaker being here. He has done a phenomenal job, as has his colleagues and the governor, in balancing the needs of this state. As important as higher education is, and obviously all of us are strong advocates for higher education, there are many, many competing needs that our legislature has to focus on each and every day that are equally important in many respects. Affordable housing, healthcare, funds for the developmentally disabled, infrastructure, critical infrastructure, water, transportation, hospitals, seismic retrofit. The list goes on. And so in no way should we presume that our legislature is being malicious towards students or the community of higher education, because they have very difficult choices too. But ultimately, the CSU as an institution is much like any other business or mom and pop operation. We have to, it's much like a mom and pop store. Revenues and expenses need to meet. Revenues and expenses need to meet. And you do your best to economize, to create efficiencies, perhaps reduce hours. You may lose staff. But at the end of the day, if you can't reform and adapt to the economic consequences that you're faced with, you end up closing shop. And I'm not going to be part of a decision to close the CSU shop. CSU is a phenomenal beacon across this country and across the globe for quality education and access to that quality education. And we need to continue, as the chair indicated, to balance all of the needs. The faculty and staff deserve excellent wages. Students deserve an excellent education. Students also deserve to be taught in classrooms and laboratories that don't have health and safety violations. So I appreciate your comments and concerns again, but at the end of the day, we need to keep our eye I listened to the students at SCQE and took time out of my schedule to listen to them outside of this hearing, and I would appreciate the same respect.
Okay, Trustee Day.
So with that, I'd like to just highlight again, as Mr. Rellier has pointed out, over the last 10 years, the CSU has educated tens of thousands of more students each and every year, with hundreds of millions of dollars less revenue each and every year from the state, all while increasing our graduation rates, which are important for the students to get through quicker so they are paying less. So I faced the decision today with our retreat that we had just a month or so ago in mind, where someone pointed out that in our role as trustees, we have a fiduciary obligation to keep in mind for each and every one of our votes the interests of past, present, and future students. And I think that's extremely important to keep in mind for all of us today. The quality and the legacy of the degrees that all of us have earned while we were students at CSU is just as important as those future students who will come through the door. And while I agree completely that the legislature needs to fund it completely if they can, I'm not optimistic because of all the needs that they have faced. And I don't think it'd be fiscally prudent for this board to just kick the can down the road again and be faced with even more dire consequences in the future. So with that, I turn it back to Chairman Taylor.
Thank you, Trustee Day. So, okay, members, we'll go to Trustees Nylon, Abrego, Rendon, Furstenberg, and then we will wrap and give the final word to, oh, I was going to give it to Trustee White. Well, all right, we'll let Melendez, Norton, and then Trustee White wrap with the final word. So, okay, very well. Let's go to Trustee Nylon.
Thank you, Trustee Taylor, and I want to make sure everybody's aware that I chose CSU in 1977. I chose CSU Bakersfield. In 1988, I chose CSU Bakersfield. My daughter chose CSU or San Francisco State. My son chose Channel Islands. So we choose CSU because it is the best institution, and we want to maintain and increase that quality. I'm not one for long comments. I think Trustee Taylor once told me I spoke the shortest of any trustee ever. So I'm going to break that tradition a little bit today. You know, obviously we know this is a very important decision. In fact, it is only this body who can make this decision. No other body can make the decision of a tuition increase or decrease. So we take this very seriously. And from one trustee's perspective, and I think we've heard this today, the financing system for our CSU is broken, and it is broken badly. Now, trustees have all the responsibility for governing the operations of the largest and most diverse higher educational system in the nation. We employ 50,000 people, educate 470,000 students, and provide this at 23 campuses. We know that. That's what we do. And we have the challenge to provide 1.1 million more college graduates in California by 2030. We are doubling our graduation rate. We are eliminating our achievement gap, and we are doing that in an environment where we have one of the lowest national cost per graduation rates. We have reduced our cost per graduation rate by 33%. We are a leader in the nation for providing the very best education at the lowest cost per education. And I think at a 33% reduction, we have taken all the fluff, all the fat off the bone. We are now talking about a situation where if we do not receive the funding, we are going to have to hurt our programs and our students. Yet it's this very institution that was set up by the state of California, and the state of California is not financing its very institution to be successful at the rate that it demands us to be successful. And as a trustee, I feel the frustration of the fellow trustees, the presidents, and the students, because we really want to have full funding from the state. It's also frustrating that the Board of Trustees must consider a tuition increase prior to knowing what the final budget will be, but we live in this environment and we cannot bury our heads in the sand. Now, I am no stranger to the frustration of the lack of state funding. I was the executive of one of the largest counties in California, and I know painfully well what an unfunded or an underfunded mandate is. The state of California passes or at least submits, 2,500 bills each year, and do you think we have the financing to support every one of those bills? No, we do not. Some of these ideas are wonderful ideas, and you get financing for maybe a year, maybe a few years, and then the priority shifts somewhere else. That is exactly what has happened to our CSU system. We were told today that at one time, 80% of the financing of the system came from the state's general fund, and now it's less than 50%. As Trustee Day said, the legislature and the governor are looking other places as their highest priority, and it's broken. So, we cannot bury our heads in the sand. As trustees, we have to govern. And while we know that the state is not always supportive of us. In fact, I have a very tarnished belief that the state will come forward to us. We heard today words such as, let's work together again, let's be more effective, let's form new alliances, let's find creative solutions, let's be more efficient. Folks, those are hollow promises. If those were to be done, they would be done already, and we would not be in the shape we are in today. Hollow promises will not provide a graduation initiative. There's no doubt about that. I am considering in this vote the system's imperative, and that is to graduate students with the highest quality at the quickest possible time. I'm a believer in the Graduation Initiative 2025. I believe that we can double the amount of first-year, four-year graduates by 2025. And if we do that, and let's say we just help 25,000 students, just 25,000 students, freshmen, graduate just one semester sooner, that saves them $70 million in tuition costs. If we look at one individual, because we know that the increase of $270 over 4 years equals $1,080. Yet if we save just one semester, that costs us $2,871 for a net savings to that individual of $1,791. The graduation initiative works because it works for students, but I'm very glad that you came up with that input at this specific time, because I think that's the point. Not only do you save money, but you graduate from this institution. And this is one of the finest institutions in the nation. And if you just look at the study of upward mobility, you know that one semester sooner graduating means an ability to receive more money, a better job for not only you, but your family and your family's family. And from a bigger perspective, it feeds the engine of the world's sixth greatest economy, the state of California. So in conclusion, and in the absence of any understanding that the state of California will truly come forward, we are stuck with a position, we are stuck with a decision, and that is to increase tuition. And I hope and I wish that all of you speak even louder to the state legislature. I hope that you can get these fine folks to back you and provide not just what we want, but the $400 million that we have not received over this period of time. And I'm convinced that if you do that, tuition increases will be a thing of the past. Absent that, we have to govern, we have to make decisions, and I will support this agenda.
Trustee Abrego, then Trustee Rendon, Furstenberg, Norton, Melendez, and then we will wrap with Trustee White with the final word. Sai.
Trustee Taylor, I really appreciate your passion and commitment. I know how much you care for the California State University students. And during the student presentations, there was a couple of references made to the California State University as being the people's university. Chancellor White did eloquently speak to that and why the CSU matters and how California benefits from a strong CSU. But what we are asking the students to bear the cost of CSU. It's almost 50%, or it is 50% now. I think students are borrowing too much money to pay for college. 54% of the California students graduate with a student loan debt of over $22,000. College cost is not just about tuition. Consideration has to be given to living expenses, housing, transportation, food, books. I think if we approve the tuition increase, that's the less difficult road to travel. And we continuously go to students to fund the CSU. I think we need to challenge ourselves and find the alternatives. And as Stephen said earlier, develop these partnerships that would help us support the CSU as it should be. I would vote no on the tuition increase.
Let's go to Speaker Rendon, then Furstenberg, Norton, Melendez, and we'll wrap with Trustee White.
Thank you. I too cannot and will not support this fee increase. As an alumnus and a former faculty member of the Cal State system, I understand how important these institutions are to our state, and I literally would not be where I am were it not for this system. I find it interesting that if you think about my sort of path here, I attended the community college systems in this state. I attended the Cal State system in this state. I attended the UC system in this state. I spent about 14 total years on my path from an AA degree to a PhD, attending public institutions in this state. When I graduated, almost a decade and a half after I started, I owed about $5,000 in debt. And I have a postcard here from Danielle C., a poli-sci graduate, who says that her tuition per semester will be $7,500. So she will pay $2,500 more in tuition in one semester than I paid in about 14 years in higher education in this state. It's not only Danielle, but Ashley D., who's the speech language pathology major, and there's 170,000 other Cal State students who will be severely impacted by this fee increase. We can do better for them, and we can do better for our state. And I think there seems to be something absurdly ironic about the fact that a week ago Monday in the State Assembly, we held a press conference where we talked about debt-free college education. A week ago Monday, we outlined a whole package full of programs and services which would allow students to graduate with the type of advantages that I had. And here, a good 9 days later, we're talking about fee increases. That's absurd. That's absolutely absurd. And I'll tell you what else is also absurd. What also is absurd is that 2 years ago, this system came to the state legislature and asked to be funded at a certain amount, and they were funded at that amount. If this system needed more money, they should have asked for more money. To be fully funded 2 years ago, and then to come back and say that the students need to pay additional tuition is absurd, and it's grotesque. And it also seems, quite honestly, it seems opportunistic for the system to make those types of arguments. It seems politically opportunistic, and it seems to be the sort of passing the buck that we see in Washington that seems to be manifesting itself here. We can do better than that, and we should do better than that, and I will not support this fee increase.
Trustees Furstenberg, Norton, Melendez, and then we wrap with Trustee White.
I've sat at this table for a year. There were 4 new trustees when I joined. And I think in that year, we have come to learn a great deal about all of the people sitting in this room. The people at this end, all of you back there, we've all been with you. We are with you. And with the fantastic 23 presidents sitting in front of you. I have come to respect this institution in a way that I have never respected anything. This is an amazing, amazing institution. And we are given a responsibility to be sure it stays a great institution. And what I have found over this last year is that this institution is not funded adequately by the state legislature. And so I am thrilled to hear you say that you will help us, give those young men and women what they deserve. Because they don't have it now. They don't have it now. And if you don't grow, you atrophy. That is what I've learned in my life. You have to keep growing. You have to keep taking care of all of those roads that we can't drive on anymore. So we have a problem. As trustees, we have a problem. What is our responsibility? Our responsibility is to you, to give you what you deserve, to make this continue to be a great institution. If you could tell me that we have the funding we need, I would feel secure. But you can't tell me that today. So I have to protect all of these students, all of these presidents, all of the faculty who got the raises that they deserved a year ago. A year ago, that was the question at this table. And we knew those faculty members deserved that raise. So I must support the chancellor with all the respect in the world for everyone in this room. We are here for you. If the funding comes, you don't have to pay $270 more, but we were here to take care of you, and that is our bottom line.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. Norton, Melendez, and then we wrap with Trustee White.
Well, I must confess at the outset that I'm a bit confused by the speaker's comment that the university did not ask for what it needed, because if I understood the comment by Trustee Taylor a few moments ago, over the course of the last 5 years, the legislature has not provided $425 million in recurring funding that the university did ask for. I agree with what Lateefah said earlier, that education is a human right. And it distresses me that we have seen such a sharp decline in public investment in higher education over the course of the last 30 years. To speak frankly, I think that the chances that the legislature this year will fully fund our request, I think the chances are remote due to A, political realities, competing needs, and past history. That being the case, the question for me then becomes, what is my fiduciary obligation to this university under the duty of care, the duty of loyalty, and the duty of obedience? And what is my obligation to the students to do the best we can to provide the classes they need next year? What is my obligation to their brothers and sisters to try to ensure that this university will be here and will offer the same quality of program to them that it has offered to you and to your predecessors? That being the case, considering that obligation and the duties of care, loyalty, and obedience, and with the provisions that Trustee Carney has suggested, I'm going to vote for this resolution.
Thank you, Trustee Norton. Trustee Melendez.
Thank you, Trustee Taylor. I have a question that I wanted to ask. Lieutenant Governor Newsom made a comment that it would be possible to wait and call an emergency meeting. Is that possible? Is that possible for us? Are we able to notify students in time?
Somebody has to have a mic.
Press the wrong button. Trustee Melendez, there is a legislation that was passed during the recession that requires the CSU and others to go through a consultation process with students. It's on a very prescribed timeline. And we started that in advance of that timeline. And the spirit of that legislation was to give as much advance warning, as much sunshine on the conversation and the facts underlying it, so students and families and campuses and trustees and elected officials knew of the seriousness of the moment.
Right.
The law, in a technical way, requires that at least 90 days from the action to initiating the a potential increase in tuition is the minimum allowed window The spirit was much longer than that. There's a couple of things, and I wouldn't want practicalities to get in the way of trustee decision-making, but I also want you to recognize that there is some issues here that are important to manage, and there's both a time and a cost associated with this. We could not defer this decision to the May trustees meeting and meet that obligation.
Okay.
We could have a chance to call a special session, an emergency session, sometime between now and then in order to meet the 90-day minimum. But May 1st is the national intent day for new students to make commitments and tuition deposits for universities nationwide. And financial aid packages are being constructed not only as we speak, but over the last several months, and being given to students as they're trying to decide where they're going to go to school. And they're being made on the current numbers. If any changes to tuition were to be made as late as into May, then the financial aid folks would have to rescind over 300,000 letters and reprocess them and resend them out. And for the vast majority of our students, who are in the 62%, 255,000 of them, there would be no change if they have financial aid, because the financial aid would accommodate the $270 increase. So there is an administrative burden that there is no way our current staff could manage in the timeline by kicking this can further down. So we would have to bring in temporary people to do that processing. I also want just to recognize that there is a literature also out there on the fact that any sort of change in a financial aid package creates uncertainty for a family and a student, and can reinforce a lingering belief that maybe college isn't for them. And I think that would be a disproportionate negative impact on the very students who we seek to embrace and provide an education to, those who come from low income, those who are first in their family, and those who are often of color. And I would finally say that since the fall, we have been clear with our students and with you and with elected officials and with the public at large, with the community college colleagues and the K through 12 system, that we were going to bring this forward on the timeline that we're bringing it forward. In fact, we initially thought we would bring it forward in January, but after those early conversations and listening to our students, we thought that we could push it to March and still do the high-cost mechanics of doing this without disrupting admissions for the fall. But to go beyond today, to defer a decision, I believe quite strongly, would be very counterproductive to recruiting and enrolling and retaining students, those that California needs to have an opportunity to earn their baccalaureate degree at the California State University.
Thank you, Chancellor. You know, and this has not been easy for me, and I'm still, you know, thinking through many things and issues. I am a first in family, proud daughter of Mexican immigrants. You know, so this has not been easy. I have had various sleepless nights, concerned about what I consider my life's calling, which is supporting students that were very much like me and faced the challenges that I've faced and been blessed to overcome. So I have, you know, and am still thinking about all of that, but I also have worked in education and know what it means not to have the money to do the work that needs to get done. And I have asked lots of questions. The staff knows I've spent time going over the budget because I wanted to be sure what the budget said, what was possible. And I also admire the work of the presidents and the work that they do daily, but I also hear and have listened and feel literally the pain of the students. So I am contemplating this quite a bit and know that this is something that pains me and will continue to pain me. But I believe, Speaker, you said that it was something that is possible, that it's something that the legislature will support, that funding the students, ensuring that they're not having to pay the tuition is something that is a priority. But I also know that what if it doesn't happen? And I think Trustee Carney's amendment makes me feel better, because makes me feel better in that the money would go back and rescind the tuition increase. So I don't vote now because I'm not part of the Finance Committee. I'll vote when it's time for the vote after the plenary. But I just wanted to share my thinking and where I'm at and how I'm trying to really think through what my vote will be in a bit.
Thank you, Trustee Melendez. All right, we have a last-minute substitution. Trustee Stepanek, and then we will finish with Trustee White. We've had a good hour and 45-minute debate.
I also remain very torn on this particular issue. I spent my entire career in the CSU. When I was a student, it was $65 per semester. Things have changed. I have seen those changes. I've witnessed it. I've seen the growth of the system. I've seen the impact of tuition increases on students. I am also, though, as a result, deeply concerned about promises that have been made by state legislators in the past that they then cannot deliver on. So I, too, am deeply concerned about the ability to actually deliver. What I'm going to suggest, though, is the Finance Committee is about to consider 2 amendments. One of those amendments is to say that the money would, the increase would be automatically, in a sense, refunded if we are fully funded. What I'm going to suggest that the Finance Committee consider is a slight amendment to that proposed amendment, that if we are funded to the level that this particular tuition increase would be providing, that the tuition increase would be rescinded. Not necessarily that we fully funded, but at least that they'd be covering the amount of this particular increase.
Trustee Stepanek, just to make sure I understand, the tuition increase would result in a little more than $70 million going to campuses. There's an additional part, and CFO Aurelier, correct me if I'm wrong, of $38 million on top of the 70. So really what we're talking about is 70 plus 38 to get us to that break-even point as you define it?
Correct. I think the entire shortfall is 168. Is that correct, Ryan?
The entire gap is 168.
Right. But how much money, not taking back for the tuition compensation,
oh, I see what
the
you're saying.
SUGs, what would be the total amount of money being brought in by the actual increase?
At this point, the net estimated tuition revenue would be $77.5 million.
So it's 77.5, but what about the $38 million? Was that simply a waiver, or were we using some of the tuition increase in returned aid format to supplement financial aid?
It's
$39
million, and that's waiver on top of the net. So
$39 million is.
That's correct.
So the amount, according to Trustee Stepanek's suggestion, that we would need to effectively do away with the tuition increase is $78 million?
You could say in the resolution be $77.5 million.
77.5. Okay. Thank you, Trustee Stepanek. I'm going to ask, again, preempt Lieutenant Governor Newsom and Trustee White. Trustee Carney, I need you to think about that amendment to your amendment, because it's your amendment, you have to agree. So will you noodle on that? We'll go to Lieutenant Governor Newsom for another comment, and then finish with Trustee White, and then we'll take care of voting.
Just a quick clarification. So the $270, the manifests to the students with just an actual increase of revenue of just 77.5, not 116.5?
That's correct. The 116.5 that we're mentioning would be a gross number. That
Gross.
would include.
But that students aren't burdened with that entire amount.
That's
because
correct.
it's just a waiver. It's not an actual.
That's correct.
It's not a transfer. So a couple thoughts. First of all, I appreciate the amendment. I think, unfortunately, we've done this amendment at the UC regions. It never meant anything. I think we did it here when I first got here in 2010, 11. It meant nothing. I know it feels good, but it's also unnecessary for another reason. That in the resolution we're supporting, there's a resolve clause that gives the chancellor complete discretion to do exactly what the amendment is calling for. It's actually laid out specifically here. It says the chancellor is delegated the authority to amend or repeal the tuition if actions by the state legislature and the budget compensate for it. So again, I know what we're trying to do. And, and I don't mean it as a slight. I do appreciate it. It's just, I think we're taking the wrong approach. You got to create a pattern interrupt here. You're taking all of the pressure off the legislature by enacting this increase. And based upon all the evidence, the abundance of evidence, then we're guaranteed the thing that we want the most, we're guaranteed not to get, which is a baseline increase in the general fund contribution to the system, which is so critical at this point for all the good reasons you guys just said, because we're going into a point of uncertainty. And now more than ever, we have the opportunity to increase that baseline in a way that will serve us for years and years and years, but we're letting the legislature off the hook. You have the speaker here. This is unprecedented. Talk about putting this guy on the hot seat. You put all the pressure in the world. You're asking for $77.5 million. I know it's an extraordinary amount of money, but with all due respect, it's not. In the context of his budget deliberation, he made the point. This is a moment of sincere desire to reconcile the number one issue we have in higher education, not just in the state, but in this country, and that's cost. And his colleagues are stepping up in unprecedented ways. That was the point the speaker just made. We're at a unique moment. Don't let this moment pass by doing the work of the legislature. Now, I appreciate, I read the 2012 piece of legislation that requires the 90-day notification. And, I appreciate the administrative challenges and some of the timings. But I remember we increased tuition twice in 2010, 11. People said that couldn't be done, and we found ways of burdening the students by administrative fiat because we got creative. I would like to think we could be creative in not burdening the students through some administrative fiat. And so I just, 90 days, it's August is the new enrollment. I'm just doing some math here. And I don't, maybe you're right, the May, traditional May, but there's maybe an opportunity in between. I'm not convinced of that. And again, I hate to see us be so predictable. I hate to see us off the hook. They're letting these guys off the hook. And I'd hate to see another tuition increase. Let me just close with this. This has been fabulous in one respect. The contrast of our UC tuition vote, where there was 3 people that said anything, and everyone was on their BlackBerries and iPhones, and half the room was empty. I just appreciate the sincerity to which all of you expressed a desire for more revenue for this system that is so desperately in need of more support. I just have a fundamental difference of opinion, and I would like to have you consider that this is not a binary choice. We're not walking off a cliff if we reject this. We have the opportunity to recover if the speaker and his colleagues don't do their job. We do, and it's not a year to recover. We are creative, and we have the ability, I think, to make up. But let's put them on the spot. That's my argument for the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee White will be the last of 19 speakers on this issue, and then even though it's unusual for the chair to call the question, I think I will. So Trustee White, last word to you.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, hi, everybody. Good morning. I hope y'all can hear me okay. I'm a little under the weather. Hi. I'm really glad to be here representing you. I'm so glad that you're here backing us up. We really, truly appreciate your time. I know it's spring break. I'd love to be doing something else, quite honestly. But I'm very privileged and happy to be here and be a serious part of this discussion. So I've been complaining to my parents this whole couple of days I've been here, talking about I'm sick, it's the worst time to be sick. And they always say, Mags, you work too much and you don't sleep enough. And that's true, probably. Like many of my peers, I work 2 jobs while being a full-time student. And I'm the first in my family to be a candidate for a master's degree. And that, thank you. And that means a lot to me, having this opportunity. And I've spoken a lot to this body about the importance of access, not as an ideal or concept or something up on the shelf that we take out and talk about every now and then, but as something very real and deeply personal to me as a college graduate who can't believe she's a college graduate. So in my other job, I work for the administration of a local town. And I recently dropped by one of the local public elementary schools. And when I walked in, I saw this huge banner across the front office saying no excuses. And I asked the secretary what it was. And she said that this public school is a no excuses academy, which means that none of their students have an excuse to not be prepared for college and graduate from college. And to give you a little bit of context, I come from and work from one of the poorest and least educated areas in the entire rich, privileged state of California. We are one of the poorest areas in the nation. And we have some of the lowest numbers of college graduates in this region of anywhere in the nation, in California. It's amazing to think that there is this pocket of poverty in such a rich and privileged state, but there is. And so I look at these kids. I was conducting an activity with these K through 5th graders, and I'm thinking all the time of this no excuses academy. And I'm thinking, what an amazing thing. I wish I'd had a no excuses academy. I had a no excuses mom who said you're going to college, and thank God, right? Or I really wouldn't be here. But these kids who are largely the children of farm workers and immigrants and low-wage workers, we don't know that they're all going to have a seat in college, right? Because you look at the numbers, you look at the statistics, we see that we've turned away tens of thousands of students over the past several years who are fully eligible and had worked so hard to get here. And you think there are a couple pieces to access. It's not just this one thing. There's access from the state side, meaning that we have enough money that 50% of the cost of educating a student, which used to be 80% and should go back to that as soon as possible. But we look at that and we think, okay, we have to have a seat in the classroom. We have to have a tenure track faculty member. We have to have the ceilings not caving in during class. And that's the state side. But there's also the student side. And every time that we talk about increasing fees, no matter how noble the cause, we take away a little bit of that access from the student side. Because if they can see the door, and they can see the door to this opportunity at this No Excuses Academy, because they talk about college every single day in their classrooms. If they can see the door, but they don't have the money in their pocket to open the door, it doesn't matter if there's a seat there in the classroom, because they don't even know it's there. And so I look at these kids, and one of the reasons my parents say I'm not getting enough sleep because this tuition increase proposal has been keeping me up at night, thinking about not just this generation, my generation, having to pay out of pocket next year as I finish my graduate degree, and all of the thousands of students who will be affected similarly. I'm thinking about 10 years from now and more, because we know this problem isn't going away, especially with the federal government situation the way it is. We don't know what's going on with Pell Grants. We don't know what's going on with state funding in the years to come. We have no firm multi-year commitment from the state, as we did for the past 5 years. So we're going to be having this discussion every year until we see either A, tax reform from the state of California, or B, another firm multi-year funding commitment with real dollars attached to it. So we can have an understanding of where we're going to be 5 years from now and plan for the future without taxing our students more for this opportunity, which would be available for every hardworking, ambitious young student just like I was. And so I look at these students and my heart breaks for them because they are so hopeful. Because the teachers and even their parents, most of whom are not college educated, and the government officials and we at this board say, if you work hard, if you're good, if you do everything right, there will be a place for you in college. And we believe it. We really want it to be true. I know that we all want it to be true. But at the rate we are going, we will turn many of these students away. And likely they will be low-wage workers like their parents and their grandparents. I think I've spoken quite a few times at this board and individually with many of you about what access has meant to me, about access to a high-quality public education. I'm a graduate of a junior college, a community college, and a California State University now. And I'm thinking about a doctorate degree in the future, which is something that would have never entered my mind, my universe. Those were not words, master's degree, doctorate degree, that were ever talked about because I knew no one. I knew maybe 2 or 3 people from my graduating high school class who were going on to college at all. And so to think master's degree, doctorate degree, these are things that I want for every student. You do the work and we will meet you where you are. No matter where you come from, no matter how much money is in your wallet, no matter if your parents can support you or not. So many of us are out here supporting ourselves. We love our parents and they work so hard, but maybe they can't financially support us as we go through college. Maybe they're putting themselves through college at the same time. I hear these stories and they're so real. And I don't tell my story because it's unique, I tell it because it's not unique. My story is all of your stories. And I keep going back to those second graders I was working with at this event at the public school. And I keep thinking, will there be a spot for you? Because they deserve it. But every time we talk about increases in fees and tuition and lack of state support, we chip away a little bit at their side of access, right? Because we don't know if they're going to get through that door or not, whether we provide a seat for them or not. And so I'm very worried about this. I'm very worried about the state of public education in California. And I'm so proud to be from California. What are we now, the 6th largest economy in the world? And yet we are chronically underfunding our public schools. And are not the graduates of these public schools the workforce of California that makes us so great? The greatest state in the nation, if I may say so myself. I think that we have so much potential. And if you're going to fund one thing, one system of public higher ed in California, shouldn't it be the CSU, the largest and most diverse system of public higher education in the country? That's my question. Why wouldn't it be the CSU? Any societal ill, any societal failing you can think of can be fixed by the CSU. Issues with transportation and roads and dams, the Oroville Dam breaking just a few weeks ago during these crazy storms. Our graduates are the ones who are going to fix those problems. But first we need them to be graduates, which means we need the state to seriously and heavily invest in the CSU if it wants to see returns. And I could go on and on about this issue. I do all the time. I probably drive my family crazy because I hear about the CSU at every single mealtime conversation. But truly, there is no better investment. You will see no higher returns on any investment than you will from the CSU. There will be lower crime, less dependence on the state, healthier families, healthier people. If you want California to continue rising, if you want to lead the country and the world, which is in such disastrous disrepair at the moment, with such uncertainty on the horizon, you must invest in the future leaders, the leaders of today, really, of California, because we will lead the way. And so I'm heartened and I'm very happy and excited to hear the support from the superintendent and the speaker and the lieutenant governor. I'm glad to have your support here in this fight. And I hope I also see that support clearly in dollar signs in the state budget allocations come May revise. Because truly I appreciate you and I know that our students will appreciate the support in the next couple of months because these things do matter. Not just the dollars, but the support from the state saying you are worthwhile of this investment, it matters. And it makes a difference in our everyday lives as students. We know that our students are hungry, they are going homeless, they are facing insane wait times to see mental health counselors, and that's one of those things you really can't wait on, right? It's not like having to wait an extra week to get some class advising because your sign-up date for classes in a month, and you're like, I'd rather do it today, but I guess I'll go next week. This is one of those things that when you ask for help, it means you desperately need help because it takes a long time to get from depression to I need help. And so there are a lot of ills going on our campuses, a lot of things that I wish we were talking about fixing now instead of fixing the budget. And so I look to you, our friends from Sacramento, and I hope you'll be leaders on this effort. I know you have been in the past to help the CSU. And I hope that we can depend on you in Sacramento to make a fully funded CSU a reality, so that this board and this body can get back to discussing things like more mental health resources on our campuses, initiatives to fix our hunger and housing insecurity, because these are things that affect our students every single day. And I'm proud to see them here today. I'm proud to see such support and hear such support from my fellow trustees. It's truly an honor to represent you and to work with all of you. With that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Trustee White. So the motion before us, we've had a couple of suggested amendments and then amendment to the amendment. I'm going to ask the committee to consider the easier of the two first, if that's all right, Trustee Carney, and that would be the one pertaining to transparency in the use of the tuition increase and a report back from staff to the board for each of the next 2 years, if I understand it correctly, on how those funds were used to help drive student success initiatives. Is there any member of the committee who disagrees with this particular amendment, uncomfortable with it, has questions?
So, Chairman
Trustee
Taylor,
Day?
would you prefer a motion? So what I would recommend is a motion to approve staff's recommendation with the 2 changes recommended by Trustee Carney to keep it clean. I appreciate Trustee Stepanik's recommendation, but personally, I would prefer that we are requesting our full resource allocation, and that I do believe it makes a difference, because although our resolution gives the chancellor the authority to rescind the tuition if the legislature does come through, this makes it very clear. We're making a strong policy statement that the board will in fact rescind the tuition.
Understood.
Full allocation.
So let me just be clear, and General Counsel Virgie, you can help me with this. Do we need to vote separately on adopting the amendments and incorporating them into the resolution?
Right now, you have an amendment on the floor from proposal from Trustee Carney, needs to be put in the form of a formal motion with a second and then voted on. And then if there was a friendly amendment offered by Trustee Stepanik, that you could consider that in conjunction with that vote, or he could make a separate motion, either one.
Okay. Well, Trustee Carney, I trust that you actually moved the matter already. We have a second on the proposed amendments to the motion. The 2 amendments, again, pertain to transparency in the use of the tuition increase and report back for each of the next 2 years on how the monies are used to drive student success. And the second one is an affirmative statement about endorsing automatic rescission of any tuition increase in case of full funding of the tuition, full funding of the state funding request that the trustees adopted in November.
And I have text of that to read if you...
Would you please?
Okay. So looking at the resolution, this would replace the second resolved at the bottom. So it would say the first amended language replacing the second resolved would say the chancellor would amend the system-wide tuition fee rate increases if such action is required by the State Budget Act approved for 2017-18, and then this would be the changed language, and will immediately repeal the increase in the event that the 2017-2018 CSU support budget request is fully funded, and that any such change made by the chancellor would be communicated promptly to the trustees. So that would be the first change. And then the second language on the use of the funds and the transparency report would state, this would be an additional resolved, revenue from the tuition increase will be used for purposes of student achievement and success as outlined in the board-approved graduation initiative. The chancellor will report back to the board annually for the next 2 years regarding the use of the funds raised by the tuition increase.
Okay, ask members of the committee, any questions about what the General Counsel just read in terms of amendments to the major motion as proposed by staff? Okay, can we have a vote on the amendments as suggested by Trustee Carney and as just read by our General Counsel? We have a motion. This committee only. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion on the amendments? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendments to the motion, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed to the amendments? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Abstained by Trustee Morales and Trustee Simon? Okay, 2 abstentions. The motion to amend the motion is adopted. Now before us is the main motion as amended, and we have a suggestion from Trustee Stepanek to amend the portion pertaining to how the automatic rescission will take place, and specifically how much we need from the state vis-a-vis in order to trigger that revision. We have a question from Trustee Morales on this amendment.
Yeah, this is a question to council, whether non-members of the committee can introduce amendments.
No, if a non-member of the committee would introduce the amendment when it comes before the entire board.
That's correct.
Okay, very well. So Trustee Stepanek's suggestion really is appropriate to consider once the full board considers the motion should it pass.
That's correct.
All right, very well. So members, we have a motion in front of us as amended by Trustee Carney on the tuition increase proposal for the 17-18 academic year. It's an action item, of course. Only committee members may vote at this time. May I have a motion? We have a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. I would like the secretary, if it's possible, to do a roll call vote on this specific item. Secretary Kiss, please call the roll for the Finance Committee on this amended tuition increase proposal.
Will do. When I call your name, please state your vote. Trustee Carney. Aye. Trustee Day.
Aye.
Trustee Eisen.
Aye.
Trustee Farrar.
Aye.
Trustee Furstenberg. Trustee Morales.
No.
Trustee Simon.
No.
Trustee Taylor. Chancellor White.
Yes.
The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Thank you. At this point, the tuition increase proposal is approved by the committee. Chair Eisen, that concludes the business of the Committee on Finance.
Thank you very much, Trustee Taylor. We will now convene the meeting of the Board of Trustees of the California State University. Ms. Kiss, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Abrego. Governor Brown. Trustee Carney. Trustee Day. Trustee Eisen. Trustee Fagan. Trustee Farrar. Trustee Furstenberg. Trustee Campbell. Trustee Melendez de Santana. Trustee Morales. Lieutenant Governor Newsom. Trustee Nyland. Trustee Norton. Speaker Rendon. Trustee Reyes Salinas. Trustee Simon. Trustee Stepanek. Trustee Taylor.
Here.
Superintendent Torlakson. Trustee White. Chancellor White. Chair Eisen, we have a quorum.
This is the time in which the board hears from public speakers. In fairness to all the speakers who wish to speak and to allow the board to hear as many speakers as possible, while at the same time conducting our public business at this meeting, the totality of time allotted for public comment is 30 minutes. Speakers have a minute each for their remarks. A buzzer will indicate when the speaker's time ends. And I ask, as we have asked throughout this meeting, that speakers please yield the microphone so the next speaker may address the board and we can hear from everyone. Ms. Kiss, will you please call the speakers? Thank you. Thank you.
We'll begin with Dale Landrum, Paula Abad, Joelle Lingott, and Josh Butler.
Well, good morning. My name is Dale Landrum. I'm a second-year graduate student pursuing a master's degree in communication studies at California State Long Beach, and it just became maybe a little bit more expensive for me to do so. I'm $80,000 in student loan debt, 90,000, excuse me. I wish it was 80. I also teach and am a graduate associate at California State Long Beach, And what I get compensated for doing that still allows me to qualify for the full amount of food stamp benefits which I currently need. I don't get any health coverage for what I do teaching students in the California State University system, and I don't make enough to qualify for Covered California, but I make little enough to qualify for Medi-Cal. I spent 28 years as a hardcore drug addict and a convict, and I worked really hard to shake those identities and to kind of really absorb the identity of being a human being and a student. But today, I'm kind of feeling more like a pawn than a student or a human being. For 6 years, y'all, everybody in Sacramento, had the luxury of 6 years to try and come to some kind of solution. And the best solution it appears that everybody has come up with is business as usual. I really hope we can find a better solution than that. Thank you.
If your name has been called, please come forward.
Joelle Lingat, Josh Butler.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joelle Lingat. I am the Secretary General of Anak Bayan USA, a national democratic youth and student Filipino organization. I will admit I'm not from the awesome state of California, but the organizing and the comments here today have really inspired me. Not only as a national officer of a youth and student organization, but as a City University of New York student. I come here specifically for today to show support for the students organizing and demanding that their rights and that their welfare are advocated for by the people that are supposed to represent them. As a student from across the country, I can tell you that the decisions that the CSU Board of Trustees make will make an impact across the country. From 1968 to the San Francisco State University ethnic studies strikes, to the 6-year tuition freeze that the students fought for, that you listened to, we are working with that in CUNY, in New Jersey, in all over the country in order to advocate for students' rights. And from what I heard today, I think there's been a realignment of what your priorities are. And to be real, that misunderstanding, that misalignment will impact students all across the country.
Yeah. Appreciate your comments. If you could please yield to the next speaker, please. You're back, that's your call.
Ms. Lingat, thank you so much for being here today. We have many speakers who have also traveled many miles, and we appreciate you being here. We'd like you to yield the mic to them to speak. Thank you very much. So we'll have Josh Butler, Ashley Rojo, Dolce Machado, and Esma Nasher. Thank you very much. So Josh Butler, Ashley Rojo, Dolce Machado, and Esma Nasher. And again, we appreciate all the speakers being here today. We ask that you please be mindful of the time so that all speakers have time to speak today. Thank you very much. And you may begin in any order.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Rojo, and I am a 5th year at CSU Fullerton and a proud SQE member. Today, I wanted to tell you how I feel about this trend of forcing the burden of cost onto the backs of students. There is this idea that the more we pay for our education, the more we will value it, meaning that it is a privilege only a few are warranted. However, this costly investment for our own livelihood shouldn't be something we have to suffer for. I look into this room and know that many of you either know someone or are someone that benefited from virtually free education. And some of you fail to acknowledge, among many things, that the raising fees and tuition only increases the disproportionate burden of student loan debt on minorities. For this reason, I am both angry and fearful, reflecting on the direction that our country is moving in and the recent attacks on education by the presidential administration. It is now imperative that you all realize that we have to protect the future of education and protect our most vulnerable students from fear, deportation, and financial strain. Take this realization and act. Know that financial aid only goes so far, and it is not something that all students benefit from. When we have students working 682 hours at minimum wage just to pay for tuition, 1 in 4 students are food insecure, and when we graduate from the CSU system still with debt, this means tuition is already too damn expensive. It's time you start prioritizing the students because we are not a business, education is not a product, and we are not here to supply your demands. Without us, there's no CSU.
So, good afternoon to everybody who's here. Just to make it clear, my name is Dulce Adela Macedo, not Machado. I'm a student from CSU East Bay. I'm a criminal justice administration major looking into a environmental studies minor. And I came here today, as angry as about everybody else here, to let you know that, to begin, I'm a person who has hopes for her life, for her family. I'm not a stock you invest in. I'm not a product. I worked very damn hard, and so did my parents, to make it into this country with nothing and hope that I made something. You know how hard it is to go through high school when they tell you that, oh, you'll only become a statistic to your people, that at 16 I should have had probably 3 kids and wouldn't make it here. The fact that I'm going into my 3rd quarter in college and looking at my financial aid package and thinking, will I be back next year? Will this tuition increase make it to the point where I'm already looking at a 2nd job? Mind you, I work part-time, I go to school full-time, and I take care of my family. And you dare to tell me that I'm a product, that I'm a stock, that I need to come back and give you back your revenue? You're saying it's your money. You guys like saying, let's get creative with these solutions. Let's get creative about how we think about this. There is no creativity. Stop saying that we are a priority when you don't act like it. You act like lovely man over there said, as sheep to the legislation. Year in, year and year out, you say we're not being given what we asked for. Well, too bad, because the 2 jobs that I work and the responsibilities that I have are already enough. Sorry that your 6-figure salary isn't enough. So if we're really a priority, get it straight, show it. Because if we live here today with the decision saying that we are going to fill this coverage, we obviously are not a priority, and you'll continue to be a sheep of the system. I will no longer be a pawn to your game. I will not be a stock that you give back revenue to. I am a person with dreams, hopes, and if you won't do it for me, we'll find a way. Thank you.
Esma Nasher, Alan Soto, Jordan James Harville, and Stephen Gomez. You can please line up at the mic.
Hello, my name is Esma Nasher. I'm a sociology major at CSU Stanislaus. Today, I come here wearing a costume, as all of you have come here wearing a costume. But I beg you to see that we're all human underneath, and we are all the same in that respect. Look at me. You know somebody who's just like me. maybe not in the same situation, but you know someone who's going to college who is struggling or already has finished college at my age, I don't know. Growing up in poverty, my immigrant father, before dying and leaving me and my 6 siblings, told me that the only way for success and to get out of that poverty is education. And I believed him. I have had a hard life. I have struggled. I have stand here today. I have been through homelessness. I have been through abuse. And yet still, I am here at a CSU. I'm at an actual university, and I don't believe it's actually happening. And I transferred from my community college with a 3.98 GPA with honors. Today, I work 2 jobs. I'm a full-time student. I am in an honor society. I'm looking towards grad school preparation, my PhD plans to give back to this community and make my community more successful than I have been. I give everything back to the things that I value. I value education. I give everything to education. And I also value my family. I give everything to my family. I pay their bills. I put my money into books and just everything, transportation, housing. 1 in 5 CSU students struggle with food insecurity, including me. Days I will not eat because I don't have the time or the money. I have to decide between shopping for groceries and studying. The result is that I live under a roof and my living situation is tenuous. I'm living 1 paycheck away from being back on the streets. As, I don't remember her name, but someone from the CFA mentioned the other day, she cited Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that we cannot reach higher aspirations such as education and other intellectual growth when basic needs are not met and we are struggling to survive. This tuition increase will take from an already exhausted fund of energy and optimism that I've been running on since a child in poverty. If not for me, for our future, for those you know who are like me, but maybe were raised under different circumstances. Please, I beg of you to vote no on the tuition increase. I am the face of the future. Look at it, and I challenge you to help that future be one where education is a right and not a privilege for the wealthy alone. Please vote against the tuition increase and show that a poor child can be anything they want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Soto, Jordan James Harville, Stephen Gomez, and Celia Labono. Again, you may approach in any order.
Hello, my name is Jordan James, and I'm actually a student at San Francisco State University. I wanted to begin by reciting a quote from Assata Shakur, who just a few weeks ago, we used that quote at the Higher Education Student Summit, where students from across the system came together to lobby for a fully funded CSU. It's our duty to fight for our freedom. It's our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Year after year, I've stood right here, across from you, to ask the most basic questions around access, affordability, and relevant education. But in the face of another tuition increase conversation, here we are again. We're continuing to fight, continuing to do the work not owned by us. With approximately 1 in 5 students in the CSU facing food insecurity, and with 1 in 10 facing housing insecurity, much worse for cities like mine in San Francisco, I watch students every day fighting to survive in a system that works against them. And I ask you, what are we supposed to tell the students who are more afraid of where their next meal is going to come from than what their grade on their midterms are? What are we supposed to say to the students who wait over a month to access critical mental health services, especially in the parts of the year when we need it most? I'm running out of ammunition to defend a system that continues to make decisions against the best interest of students. A tuition increase doesn't address these issues. Vote no, and let's actually start working together to fight the state on the tuition increase. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Gomez. I'm a graduate student from San Francisco State University. And philosopher Thomas Nagel argues that just because one knows all the facts, data, and information about a certain thing, all of that alone will never truly allow one to understand what it is like to be that thing. And none of you sitting here at these chairs know what it is like to be a student during these times. None of you know what it is like to juggle work, school, family obligations, among other things, all while trying to maintain your mental health. None of you know what it is like to have to decide whether to use your limited funds to buy your textbooks or to buy groceries. None of you know what it is like not knowing where you're going to sleep at night, having to beg your friends to let you crash on their couch. I know what it is like. My second semester at SF State, I spent sleeping in my car, taking showers at Ocean Beach. There were nights where I would just stay up all night not knowing where to go, not knowing where a safe place was to park, and I did all of this while still maintaining a 3.7 GPA. By approving an increase in tuition, you are essentially condoning the actions of the state. You are essentially allowing the state to not uphold its obligations to providing quality public education. You are essentially setting the precedent of allowing the state to walk all over the CSU system and our students. So I ask you, do you want to go down in history being known as a gutless board, a cowardly board, one who is too afraid to step on the toes of the state and the legislature in fear of losing your nice little seat at this table? Or do you want to be known as the board that stood with the students? The board that told the state no, held the state accountable in fulfilling its obligation of abiding to the California Master Plan and fully funding public higher education? The choice is yours.
Hello, my name is Celia Lobono Gonzalez. I'm here representing more than 30,000 students from San Francisco State who are demanding that you vote no on this tuition increase. I would like to ask if all of you have been meeting with students since the last time I was here, even one or two, because it seems like those that have been talking to students are opposing the tuition increase because they recognize the severity of how it will affect students. How many of you have been up in Sacramento meeting with state legislators? Because I have, and again must emphasize the severity of struggle which my peers suffer. We are hanging by a thread. We are hanging by a thread. In the last last week, many students shared their incredible stories. Some shared how they commute 5 hours each day, 5 days a week, and their grants and loans still don't cover their expenses. Another told us how they only eat one meal a day. Another shared how they identify as trans, and SF State is the only campus they feel safe at, and a tuition increase could mean them having to leave. In the last 2 weeks, I've met with legislators. Among some of the hesitations expressed on giving more funding to the CSU, the issue of administrative accountability and poor fiduciary responsibility came up. The state points the finger at the CSU while you all point the finger at the state. In the meantime, students are being left in the dark, literally, when they can't pay their bills. As a student from one of the most sleep-deprived campuses and highest costs of living in the nation, the issue of affordability is of grave concern. While the state currently denies us funding and pressures the CSU for improved graduation and retention rates, taking the dollars out of the student's pocket as the solution to this problem is deeply abhorrent, as well as contradicts the entire intention of the SSGI. So we need to be fighting for a free public education. Stand on the right side of history and reject the tuition increase. Thank you.
Yuritsi Torres Mendoza, Pat Gant, Loretta Seva Atasi, and Carolyn Duckett.
Hello, my name is Yuritsi Torres Mendoza, and I'm a second year at San Jose State University. And I'm here to advocate against the tuition increase. And I should not have to be here. I am currently in my midterm season. I am completely stressed. I have not slept almost in 3 weeks. But I find that being here is more important than continuing to uphold my, if I do say so myself, my excellent academic career, my history. I have had a 3.8 as a second year, which I have found very difficult being involved. But I have to say, it's really stressful. We cannot stress. Everybody has said students are tired. Students are unbelievably tired of not just this, of having to come here to fight for things that we shouldn't even be talking about, we shouldn't even be fighting for, because we should all be in agreement that, that education is free. You keep talking about your responsibilities as the board, yet you don't see that your responsibility is to the students, and the students are telling you that they don't need this tuition increase. They don't need the graduation initiative. They need to get mental health services. They need everything else that you're not providing, you're not even considering, you're not talking about. So you need to make sure to provide to the students, and instead of talking for them, instead of putting words in their mouth, we're not saying we need more classes, because how am I going to get to a class if I have 2 jobs that I'm trying to juggle and my schedule does not allow me to go to that class that's being provided? And I have lobbied the legislator as well as other people have, and they are on board. They want to work with us, and we are willing to work with them. We are willing to work with you, but we cannot do that if we don't have the time, because we're here telling you to stand with us. And we can't, and we don't have the time, and we have to be lobbying the legislator to give us more money for 1 more year. That is unsustainable. That is irresponsible. So today, if you're gonna fight somebody, if you're gonna fight, don't fight anybody. If you're gonna fight with us. Fight to make higher public education better than what you experienced when you were in school. Today, don't choose just the CSU. Choose to be leaders in our state. Choose to take a step toward a systematic change to make, to the way of fund higher education in California. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Pat Gant, President of California State University Employees Union, representing 16,000 staff statewide. Superintendent Thorlickson, Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom, thank you for being here today and adding your insight to the discussions. Today we heard an awful lot about trustees and the fiduciary responsibilities. Last trustee meeting I presented a solution to basically look at other alternative revenues dedicated to higher education, the $48 fix. We hope that in the long run that'll be some kind of funding source so that you do not have to consider tuition increases. The tuition increase you seek today is not the solution. To burden the problems on the back of the students will not move us forward. It pulls us backwards, as you see. We all are committed to working in Sacramento to getting more funding, but in a precious space of time that I'm allotted, I cannot tell you everything I need to do. The fiduciary responsibility of this board is clear. I want to talk to you a little bit about some safety issues in the system now. You have already been briefed on a lawsuit at Sonoma State. It is not a reflection on the current administration of Sonoma State, but the previous administration, where environmental health and safety and human resources colluded to cover up problems and took it out on an employee. Currently, we're trying to work through some safety issues at Sacramento State with the administration and President Nelson, where there was a chemical spill where some of our employees were exposed and injured, and also students exposed, and also lead in the water there, which is a common problem in public institutions. But it's not necessarily that the problem was created, it's how it's reacted to and how management and administration attempt to cover it up and suppress information. So if I had more time, I could give you more, but even in this building, there is an outbreak of bed bugs. If I had more time, I could tell you what floor it's on.
Loretta Savatasi, CSU staff member from San Francisco State University. An SCTC colleague talked about CSU physical assets yesterday and the $1 billion in deferred maintenance on CSU buildings. But today we heard you vote on a fee increase for students who are CSU's primary asset. For without them, we would not be here. Your other assets are faculty who teach and advise, our primary asset. And finally, staff who support all other CSU assets. We admit, enroll, advise, process financial aid, provide health care, psychological counseling if needed, help with bureaucracy of Title V requirements for students, schedule courses, library services, IT services, teacher credential processing, and placement of CSU students. Staff schedule department courses, assign classrooms, help with retention and promotion, setup and move of offices, department budgets, IT services for departments and faculty. Staff also provides support for academic senate, deans, procurement, human resources, associate deans, VPs, AVPs, and administration. Finally, staff care for all CSU physical assets, clean buildings, campus grounds, dorms, mail services, plumbing, electricity, carpentry, tree trimming, recycling, and so much more. Yet, it's these assets that get overlooked every budget year or get lumped together as discretionary, kick the can down the road. Well, the time has come where you need to invest in your assets before one by one they will deteriorate and California's future will suffer, because our primary asset, students, are the future of this great state. We are the priority. Students, faculty, and staff of the CSU. We are worth it. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Carolyn Duckett. I am the chair of Unit 7, and I work here at the Chancellor's Office 22 years in IT. I'm standing on behalf of our staff. I have met with many employees that have complained about career advancement, salary steps, and in particular, true to our Unit 7 staff. When I first started here, I worked in HR management as a confidential employee for 8 years. And then, since the increase stopped, I decided to move on to IT, thinking that my salary would change, that I would make more money. Well, that did not happen. For years, we didn't have increases. And I continue to hear our staff talking about they're falling further and further behind. Many staff here has 2 jobs to take care of their family. And I just want to make certain that we love the CSU. We love the CO, and we are proud to be an employee here at the CSU. So we are asking that you would consider bringing back our salary steps and keep the best and brightest of employees here at the CO and throughout the CSU. Thank you.
Neil Jacklin, Mike Chavez, Rich McGee, Ricardo Uch, and Rocky Sanchez.
Good morning, members of the Board of Trustees and guests. My name is Neil Jacklin, and I am a 24-year employee and graduate of CSU Stanislaus. I would like to restate what others have already said, that without affordable education, many of our current and future students will not be able to fulfill their goals and dreams. In 1979, I was discharged from the United States Air Force, and through the existing education system, I was able to attend Merced Junior College and then transferred to CSU Stanislaus, where I was able to achieve my dream of earning a bachelor's degree. I believe that if I had not been given access to affordable education, I would most likely not be standing before you today. I am very thankful for the opportunity I was given. And my hope is that this generation of students is given the same opportunity. Please reconsider and find alternatives to raising tuition. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Chavez, and I come from CSU Stanislaus. I am the CSU EU statewide chair representing Unit 5. I'm here to bring light to a health and safety situation facing the majority of our CSU campuses. Back in 2006, there was a waste discharge requirement, order number 2006-003-DWQ, that was adopted by the California State Water Resources Board on May the 2nd, 2006. It states that the state agencies that either owns or operates the sanitary sewer systems are required to comply with the terms of this order. This order requires the agencies to develop and maintain a sanitary sewer overflow management plan. This plan is intended to have procedures in place for maintenance and protocols for sanitary sewer overfills, notifications to the proper agencies where needed. This is of importance not only to our environment, But just as important, it establishes a proper cleanup procedures and safety measures to be followed during these overflows. These procedures are designed to protect our staff, our students, and the public and the environment from the harmful effects associated with sewage spills. This requirement was further amended on July of 2013, whereas if there are failures to comply with this requirement, there are civil liabilities of up to $5,000 a day per violation, pursuant to Water Code Section 13350, up to $1,000 a day per violation to Water Code Section 13268, or a referral to the Attorney General for judicial enforcement. And the State Water Resources Control Board still reserves the right to take further effective enforcement action as authorized by law. This responsibility, I believe, falls on your laps, the CSU presidents and the Board of Trustees. I don't know if there's any executive order that addresses whose responsibility is it to ensure that appropriate resources are directed toward meeting these requirements of the California state agencies. I'd like to acknowledge the following campus for completing these requirements. They are as follows: the campus of CSU San Marcos, Channel Islands, Cal Poly Pomona, Bakersfield, East Bay, and San Jose. Hopefully the other campuses can follow your path. It has been almost 11 years up to with no fulfillment. We hope it won't take another 11. Thank you.
Good morning, Rich McGee, State Chair, Bargaining Unit 9. If the CSU would immediately like to save $117 million per year, I can give you an instant way to do so. End the CMS Unisys outsourcing contract. It was made by your predecessors in the late 90s to move this entire data center to Utah, a right-to-work state where the CSU has wasted more than $1.5 billion. That's billion with a B, on work that our staff had done, could done, and will do so in the future. This is our work, it's our specialty. We're professionals. We've been doing IT for more than 30 years in the CSU. How can we know less than a vendor does that you're paying cold hard cash for? This is not CSU Wisconsin, and Governor Newsom, you are not the governor of Wisconsin either. Thank you, sir.
My name is Ricardo Uck. I'm Vice Chair, Bargaining Unit 9. You just heard from my colleague, Rich McGee. I am from San Luis Obispo. I am here representing the proud workforce. We are on the job on a daily basis in support for academics, in support for our students. Yes, we understand that when it comes to economics, there are many factors as far as keeping up a strong and stable infrastructure. However, we believe in the CSU. I again would like to remind you that we have in the past many goals. When it comes to economic concerns, we have supported Proposition 55, Proposition 30. We have come to our members and asked for help in supporting these. These are budgetary, these are economic conditions. Yes, we understand. My mission right now is to get a good contract, equal or better than the last. Yes, we are going to run into many roadblocks between us. Yesterday, during our CSU introductions, we stated our years of service. I'll report mine again. 31 years of faithful service continuously to the CSU. As I'm sitting in the bargaining table across from your bargaining team, I'm thinking we are, our union, CSU, we are one union, one voice. When I look across, I see the opposite. No union, no voice. Again, we are one union, one voice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Rocky Sanchez. I hail from Cal Poly Pomona. I'm the Vice President for Representation for CSUEU. And yesterday there was a discussion regarding some programs being phased out. And Trustee Simons asked about what's going to happen to staff. Then I heard, and I'm not quite sure who up in front actually said it, they can apply for jobs. I think you misunderstood our contract, Because what you were basically stating, that those programs that are being phased out, our members are going to be laid off. You're asking the students for more money. You're phasing out programs. Maybe they should be phased out. I don't know. I haven't seen the research. But having spent close to 25 years in an academic office, working with students, seeing how they go hungry, seeing how tired they are, and then you put it that people like me, my peers, are going to be laid off, where are they going to go? The faculty have enough to deal with because they not only hear the same thing, we, academic staff, hear, they hear it as well. And our hands are tied because we can't do much for them.
Nina Torres, Mike Chavez of CFA, Daryl Engen, Susan Green, and Minerva Gomez.
Nena Torres, I'm switching spots with Odelia.
Good morning or good evening, whatever it is. My name is Odelia Mendez. I am a member with ACE, the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, and I am a former UC Santa Cruz student. In 2014, the U.S. Board of Regents decided to implement a multi-year financing plan for all the UCs, and basically it was just to increase our tuition by a 5% every 5 years. So $30,000 a year plus, 5%, that was a lot more money that I could afford. And I was faced with a difficult decision of having to stay and getting more student loans, or having to leave and enroll at a community college. And seeing as how I am a person of first generation here in this country, my parents, came to this country to look for a better life, and then they had me, and they're expecting for me to be someone great and to be able to give back to them. I had to leave Santa Cruz, and I had to enroll at a community college. And that is just prolonging my stay in school when I should be done, when I should be getting my bachelor's next year. And I'm going to be in school for maybe 5-6 years, who knows, and then if I want to get my master's, that's another couple of years. So instead of having to graduate on time, I'm going to be stuck in school, and I'm not having the access that I require to be successful in life, to move on with my life, to continue to give back to my community faster than I would like. No student should have to make the choice that I made, but here I am, and I know that there's many students who will have to make the same difficult decision as I had. The CSUs and the UCs need to be more accessible for the students. We have enough as it is. It's been said time and time again that we don't sleep, that we have to skip meals, that we have to get 2 to 3 jobs. We have to juggle so much and at the same time give back to our families and make sure that we're staying on top of our schedule, and now they have to deal with a tuition increase. I don't see how that's fair. And it's not fair to the people who don't have that money to pay for a tuition increase. $270 doesn't seem like a lot to you, but it is a lot to many of us. So I hope you guys do what's right and you vote no. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daryl Engen, and I'm a history professor at Cal State San Marcos, and I urge you to vote against a tuition hike. I know it's not an easy thing to do, but it's the right thing to do. It's the courageous thing to do, and to put it bluntly, it's what true leaders would do. You've heard testimonials about the hardships a tuition increase will cause for our students and why it's neither just nor smart at this time. You know this, but you don't want to push, really push, the legislature and the governor to adequately fund the CSU. You don't want to go to Sacramento yourself and make the demand. They're powerful people who can push back. I get that. But the students, who are they? It's so much easier just to impose a tuition hike on them. But it wouldn't be right. And it would be weak. Weak, weak, weak. I can't tell you how weak you look to our students. You let the legislature and the governor off the hook. You show your hand way too soon because you fear what might happen down the road. That's not leadership. Leaders have to stand up for others, even when it's not easy. If they can't, they should step aside and let others lead who can. Are you, honorable members of the CSU Board of Trustees, up to the task of leadership? Do you have the courage to stand up for our students? Show us and yourselves that you do and vote no to a tuition hike. Thank you.
Hi, Mike Chavez. I'm a faculty member in sociology at Cal State Long Beach. I'm here to speak to urge all of you to vote no on the fee increases. I've been a faculty member in the Cal State system on various campuses. This is the end of my 10th year, and I've seen the changes that have come as a result of a lot of the fee increases that have been placed such a heavy burden on our students. I hear phrases being used in this report like, some students will be affected, that they strive to maintain a balance between their academic and their work life, and that the unit load provides an incentive for them to take a full load and finish on time. But I want to be clear that our students are not only striving, but struggling and suffering to maintain the balance that they have right now with their other obligations. All of our students are going to be harmed by this. And it seems like to me that if you were to vote in favor of this fee increase, that the incentive that is provided is for the state legislature not to act in favor of our university. This is the first time in my 10 years that every single one of my students has to take paid work outside of class. The majority of them work more than 20 hours a week, with dozens of them working more than 40 hours a week just to be able to pay their fees. I have students telling me that they're taking on more work out of the current political climate because of the fear that their parents are going to be deported and they have to take care of their younger siblings. And they do this with an unmatched resolve and resilience. The message that you're sending to these students right now is that this university does not have their back. And I would encourage you to support our students with the same conviction that they have to their own education and to our university as a whole. Please vote no on these fee increases.
Hello, Susan Green and Nina Torres, Cal State, Chico, and San Bernardino. In front of you, you have a flyer from the California Faculty Association that has 4 myths on it about the proposed fee increases. The first myth is that there's plenty of financial aid. There is not. Most CSU students have thousands of dollars in unmet need every year. Myth 2, grants cover increased tuition and fees. Hundreds of thousands of eligible students who qualify don't get grants, including low-income students. They are absolutely affected by fee increases. Myth 3, the CSU says the tuition increase is small, but it's not small to our students, as you've heard many times, and every extra dollar can mean the difference between enrolling and completing or not. And myth number 4, the CSU hasn't raised tuition in 5 years, but campuses have. They have increased mandatory fees. When tuition stayed flat, they've collected over $100 million in student success fees in 2015 and 16 alone.
I would like to address one other fact. Earlier this morning, we all heard that at one point the CSU returned tuition. The CSU did not return that tuition until they had to by court order. It's just a fact that I wanted to clarify. When we look at the stress on students, we know that for every extra hour a student has to work, that is an extra hour that they don't have to attend class, to study, to do their homework. Every extra hour of employment affects their GPA and their time to graduation and their success at completing their programs. We have heard about financial aid, and it's this word that we think the average cost for a student to go to CSU is $24,000. Nobody gets that much financial aid. And when we hear the word financial aid, we know from the student signs that a lot of that aid is not grant-free money they don't have to pay back. So we need to be courageous today. If you haven't done it before, today is that moment where you can stand up just for one time and say, I vote no on a tuition hike today.
Adrena Redmond, Alejandra Marchevsky, William Blishke, Jason Soto, and Hannah Lassiter.
My name is Gilda Valdez. I'm speaking in place of Minerva Gomez. So first of all, I want to speak as a mother, a widow of three adult, and I have 3 adult children that I've supported financially through higher education. I have to tell you that after they've been done, the debt that we've incurred is a few $100,000, okay? There's a lot of smart people in this room, you know, with a lot of degrees. And I want to offer a different perspective because, you know, I'm also the leader of the Fight for 15 in California that led Los Angeles, and then ultimately the state of California passed the minimum wage. It's unreal to me what I'm hearing, okay? I put 3 kids through higher education. I'm a widow, and what I offer here is some common sense, okay? We have the Speaker of the House, Anthony Rendon, in here. We're not talking about the Leader of Congress or the new administration of this country. We're talking about the Speaker of the House. I learned today that we are now the 5th largest economy in the world. California is now the 5th largest economy in the world. It just surpassed the UK. And we can't figure this out? I don't accept that. This is not okay. Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom, okay, is saying, hold the legislature accountable. And we are saying, no, I don't get it. We need to have the courage to say we have to look at this in a different way. I can give you some ideas. As the leader of the Fight for 15, I can tell you how much McDonald's and Walmart
We'll proceed with Audrina Redmond.
Thank you. My name is Mark Masaoka, and I'm speaking in the place of Josh Butler. I'm the Policy Director for the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council, an association of 40 Asian Pacific nonprofits in Los Angeles County. Many of the community members that our agency served will be harmed by tuition increases. Students' families are affected not only by rising school costs, but overall living costs. The Los Angeles area is one of the most rent-burdened regions in the country, with 1/3 of LA area renters paying half their incomes in rent. Education is very important to Asian Pacific Islander communities, and the CSU system and the graduates you produce are an indispensable resource. But please do not assume that all Asian Americans are well off and can readily afford the tuition increases. Many are lower income or lower middle income who are struggling financially. This is why we oppose the tuition increases. Thank you.
We will now conclude with those speakers who have requested to speak. That is Audrina Redmond, Alejandra Marchevsky, William Blischke, Jason Soto, and Hannah Lassiter.
Good morning. I'm speaking in place for Audrina Redmond. My name is Dawn Modkins, and let me take off my jacket so you can clearly see who I am here to represent with you all today. I'm an organizer with Black Lives Matter. We resist these fee increases. I'm a lifelong resident of Long Beach. I'm a recent graduate this past summer of Cal State Long Beach. I'm a mother of a 22-year-old who is transferring from Long Beach City to Cal State Long Beach this fall. I am a confidant to many of our Black Lives Matter members who are also students and parents of students throughout the CSU system, whose stories I hear repeatedly about the challenges of maneuvering through this sheepish system. Mere access is one, particularly for Black lives, but cost being another. And instead of me sharing their stories, I'll share my own. My 22-year-old son, he represents many of your students, many of our Black Lives Matter members who are aiming for systemic higher education. There are other forms we know. My son and his 3-year-long girlfriend are at a point where they are trying to establish their own independence. As their parents, we don't have silver platters afforded, as some of you might have actually, that would afford them the luxury, affords us the luxury of being able to pay for their entire educations. My son is a banker. He's a teller at a bank. His girlfriend has 2 jobs. She's a dental assistant and a server at a bar. They're realizing that increase would force them out of that opportunity, and we cannot keep our children home forever. I cannot.
Ms. Matkins, thank you. I need you to please conclude your comments.
Can I ask that you yield the mic to the next speaker? We have 4 more speakers. Please yield the mic. Please have respect for your fellow speakers and yield the mic.
Dr. Gabriel Buelna, faculty member for 18 years at Cal State Northridge and teaching the Chicano Studies Department. I'm also trustee-elect of the Los Angeles Community College District, beginning on July 1st. I'm a graduate of Cal State Northridge. I'm also a graduate of San Diego State, and I'm also a recipient of the CSU Forgivable Loan. So I'm a child of the CSU. Like my parents said, no seas mal agradecido. Do not be grateful for what you've received. The reality is that I've received a great education, and a lot of you have also, and we believe in paying it back and being grateful. The reality is today that outside of the housing situation with mortgages, the student debt crisis is absolutely out of control. And it's affecting the lives, affecting homelessness, affecting hunger, affecting a lot. The 5% to some of you may not seem like that much. The reality is that when I was a student, our student fee increase was 80%.
Sir, thank you very much for your comments. However, this time is for those who have requested to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chancellor White, CSU President, and our CSU Board of Trustees. We are students from Sacramento State here with President Nelson to share a message of positivity. We have been given the opportunity to assist in the public relations effort of Stan Lee's Hands of Respect, which aims to promote education, leadership, equality, and an atmosphere of mutual respect between law enforcement and the community. Our goal is to create a national movement of unity, starting here with the CSU system. We ask that you partner with us to spread Stan Lee's message of respect throughout your home campuses.
We have chosen the CSU system to launch our movement because of the diverse and inclusive student body. If it starts within our universities, it will soon spread throughout the professional world. We ask for your help. We hope to instill lifelong values in our students to help them aid in their personal and professional growth. These pins inspire a mutual respect for people of all different backgrounds and were designed by Mr. Stan Lee to promote universal reminder that respect is a basic human right. Together we can strive to redefine the possible, because united we are all real-life superheroes. All hands,
all in,
all
together. Also, I just just want to say Mr. Stanley wanted to be here to present himself, but he was feeling under the weather and could not attend. So in his place, we have a personalized and autographed poem that he has given to the Chancellor, and also individual letters and pins for all of you that we'd be happy to hand out later. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. William Blischke and Jason Soto. Okay, Chair Eisen, that concludes the public comment period.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kist, and thank you to all of the speakers who came today and who spoke to us and helped tell the CSU story. It's time for the board chair report, and I always like this time because it gives me an opportunity to talk about some of the amazing accomplishments of our presidents and our campuses. But in the interest of the imperatives today, I apologize to the 8 presidents who I told I was going to mention you today. I'm going to take another opportunity to do that at a later meeting. I do want to mention at least one president, though. I did have the chance while I was flying across country to read a Hemisphere magazine, the United Airlines magazine, and they had a terrific article in there about San Diego and all of the great things that are happening at San Diego, and they featured all of the important people in the San Diego community, including, not to anybody's surprise at all, our President Elliot Hirschman. They had a terrific drawing of him, and I recognized him immediately. I wanted to mention a couple of the things he said in his article. He spoke, very passionately about the commitment of San Diego State to enlarging the lives of its students. And he spoke also about the university's commitment to some very key areas of research in areas such as virology, climate change, and working in partnership with our very good neighbor Mexico on issues involving water scarcity. It was a very impressive article, and I know that there will be time to do a little more toasting and possibly some roasting of President Hirschman, but I did not want to miss this opportunity to say myself how terribly I and others are going to miss you and your leadership and your collegiality, and we wish you well and thank you for all that you've done. I do also need to announce that there will be a search committee, unfortunately, for Elliot's replacement, but the good news is that Trustee Adam Day is going to chair that search committee. He has particular knowledge regarding all things San Diegan. So he'll be a terrific leader of that committee. The committee will be appointed in due course. Many stakeholders from the San Diego community. The campus will nominate students, faculty, staff, alumni, and foundation members. Chancellor White will nominate community members and a campus president, and I will also nominate some additional trustees to round out the committee. You'll hear further announcements about that search in meetings in the future. But for now, that concludes my board chair report, and I turn it over to you, Chancellor White. And I thank you to all of the other report givers today who are also going to similarly sort of shorten up their comments so that we can get to the matters at hand.
I would like my comments that preceded the Finance Committee discussion to be my report. Thank you.
Dr. Miller.
Thank you, Chair Eisen. Since the decision about tuition has dominated this morning's discussion, I'd like to reiterate for the board members who don't know that the Academic Senate had a very robust discussion and took a non-unanimous position in opposition to the tuition increase at our January meeting. No matter which way your vote on tuition goes, though, once it's done, we'll have to all turn our collective attention back to other matters that make things better for our students, those things Maggie spoke so eloquently about. That's why I was hoping my report would be able to summarize what took place at the Senate's meetings last week, because our actions met that very spirit and sensibility Maggie channeled. but I've been asked to significantly modify my remarks, so this won't be the report I've prepared, using March Madness as my theme. Sorry, it was great. It was a barn burner. It was. Look at the Faculty to Faculty newsletter. I'll try to put it in there. I appreciate your patience, though. I've been slashing and burning on this for the last few minutes, trying to get out all of the really bad puns, but there may still be some in there. So I appreciate your patience, since I won't it might not make nearly the sense it did before. Last Friday, the Senate acted on 9 resolutions that I would tell you about, but you've been provided with them in your packet. And since I'm going to honor the request to cut my remarks, I'm not going to summarize them or put them in context. So I hope you'll do the Senate the courtesy of reading them. The Senate will meet again in May, and we'll be discussing 4 resolutions that we're carrying forward to then. We'll examine ways to revise CSU policy on quantitative reasoning to incorporate the recommendations made by the task force you've heard so much about. We'll be finalizing our meeting calendar for next year. We'll be looking at how active learning and high-impact practices can be featured in the graduation initiative, and we'll be focusing on how to help our students in the military. No doubt there will also be other resolutions that we'll consider in May as well. Besides our resolutions, we took another important action at our meeting last week. We went through the process of selecting who we would like Governor Brown to consider appointing as the next faculty trustee. That process resulted in us forwarding 2 names, Dr. Stephen Filling from Stanislaus and Dr. Romy Sebelius from San Jose. We hope Governor Brown will make his appointment soon. 2 other recent events got the Senate's attention at our meetings too. One was a letter sent on March 10th from EVC Blanchard to campus presidents about system-wide GE policy. Since there's a GE task force that will start its work next week, we sought clarification, which resulted in another letter sent to the Senate on March 15th that clarified the original letter. So hopefully everything is back on track. The other issue that the Senate discussed, which wasn't on our agenda, is the draft intellectual property policy. I know I've mentioned intellectual property in prior reports to this board, and the faculty have been anxious to review the draft policy, which we know has been discussed with others for more than a year. But the faculty received it a week ago with a deadline of just 60 days to provide feedback. We called a technical foul, sorry, there's one of those metaphors, because our next Senate meeting is 73 days later, so we received a 13-day extension. Since that doesn't give faculty much time at all to review a very complex legalistic 33-page document, especially since we're coming up on the busiest time of the academic year, I'm not sure what kind of response I'll be reporting to you in May, but this deadline is making us scramble. These last 2 issues, the GE and intellectual property reviews, have highlighted how important it is, okay, here comes the metaphor again, to work as a team in shared governance. If the March Madness tournament is known as the big dance in basketball, then shared governance is the big dance in the academy. That shared governance dance needs to be coordinated and cooperative and find its rhythm, just like basketball. We might step on each other's toes once in a while, but if we play the game right, if we're light on our feet and respect our dance partner, thank you, Sacramento State students, the students emerge as the champions. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Miller. We will review all the materials you submitted. Thank you so much. Now we'll have the report of the CSSA. Mr. Lopez.
There you go. Thank you, Chair Eisen. So I'm going to give my report from the podium, switch it up a bit. Good morning, y'all. And I also want to say good morning to my fellow pioneers who are in the back. It's always grateful for us to have an opportunity at these meetings every other month. Since the last Board of Trustees meeting, we have held one in-person plenary at San Francisco State and another via teleconference. We also had our annual California Higher Education Student Summit, which were really interesting the way the day went. And so we had a lot of newbies, and so we were able to get these people prepped for our Advocacy Day that Monday. During our SF State meeting in February, the governing board took action on supporting the middle class scholarship and to have an additional advocacy event that will take place in early May. At this year's California Higher Education Student Summit, or CHEST as we affectionately refer to it, we had an estimate of about 260 CSU students who have signed or asking of voting no towards a tuition increase. We have displayed these signatures outside of our CSA office. We ended chess by storming the Capitol and having all 260 students meet with state legislators. Now that I have given a quick recap of what has been going on with CSSA over the past 2 months, I want to finish my report by speaking on the potential tuition increase that will be voted on in just a few minutes. Over the past few Board of Trustee meetings, I have been sharing stories on how a $270 tuition increase will be detrimental to our students because I believe it is important that you hear these stories before making a decision that will have an impact on their educational pursuit. CSU students aren't your typical college students, but instead, we are working students who sometimes have 2 part-time jobs, who are struggling to pay for textbooks, who are figuring out if they will have enough money for rent or food, and who are supporting their parents, children, or families. Even though 60% of students benefit from a great financial aid support network and have their tuition fully paid for, we should not assume that 40% of our students and their families are doing fine financially. These students do not qualify for full financial aid coverage, and who come from the middle-class backgrounds face struggles as well. Working to make ends meet to stay in school and often pay out of pocket with no support from parents or family, with little to no relief from financial aid. These are the students whose post-graduation debt continues to grow, impacting their entire lives. Our students are the reason why the CSU has been successful, and if the members of this board decide to increase our tuition by $270, many students' lives will be impacted. Affordability is one of the key aspects of a student's ability to achieve academically. As the CSU considers ways to increase our graduation rates, the Graduation Initiative 2025 sets ambitious goals for bettering the CSU metrics in this area, and these goals could be much more difficult to achieve with students facing more challenging financial circumstances in the form of a tuition increase. Before telling 3 stories from our students regarding their issues with affordability, I wanted to make the case for civility within these critical conversations. Students are against a tuition increase. We are also very aware of the many large issues affecting our system and our students. As we continue to talk about affordability and funding for the CSU system, I hope that we could each understand the crucial roles that all stakeholders play in this and maintain mutual respect and civility, even in tough times. Only then we will move forward together. With that, I would like to share some of our student stories. The first story comes from a junior from Cal State East Bay. I am a single mom of 3 children. I rely on financial aid to complete my education and provide a good life for my kids. If tuition costs increase, that would more likely then cut to my financial aid package. In addition, if I am to take out a loan, then that is money that will have to be paid back at a higher amount due to the increased amount of tuition. The second story comes from a graduate student from Stanislaus State. A tuition increase will make it difficult for me to attend school. Currently, I am going to school because of my savings and scholarships. I am already $42,000 in debt, and I really don't want to take out more loans. In addition, I am turning 26 soon, which means on top of tuition, I will have to pay for my health insurance and car insurance. Right now, I am looking at only working 2 jobs next year, but with the tuition increase, I am considering trying to work 3 jobs while going to school full-time. This doesn't even include the hours I will need to complete my thesis. I have depression, anxiety, and PTSD, and the potential tuition increase is causing my anxiety to be out of control. I already have problems not getting an appointment to talk with my counselor between how busy it is and how busy I am. With the tuition increase, I am worried about what will happen to the counseling center and if I can afford to take 1 hour to work on my mental health. I shouldn't have to sacrifice my mental health in order to pay for college and achieve my master's program's expectations to graduate. The final story comes from another student from Cal State East Bay. As a single parent working to become a transformative public educator in California, tuition increase would severely hurt my ability to provide for my family and build a future for myself and my community. Living in the Bay Area already has a cost that is higher than I am able to get paid as a public servant with a family, and any additional strain will be damaging financially. Public education has made my dreams of higher education and graduate education possible. Without the affordable costs and flexible schedules, I would not be able to build towards my American dream. I challenge the board to find more creative ways to fundraise rather than passing already high costs on to students. As you can hear from earlier today, from last week, or 2 months ago, yesterday, and 6 months ago, we will definitely be affected by a tuition increase, and this is the perfect chance for you to be a hero. Not to place the burden on our students, but rather to put pressure on our state. We understand the difficult position it puts you all in when the state continues to underfund the system and forces the board to run a system with minimal state support. But before the vote on a potential tuition increase, consider that this increase not only affects tuition, but cost of attendance as a whole. we have to understand that students don't just pay tuition, but we also pay additional fees. We pay for housing, we pay for textbooks, and we pay for food. These are all the factors that must be considered when making the decision of increasing our tuition. As CSSA, we encourage you to vote down this potential tuition increase and instead continue to push our state legislators, just like a lot of them have said today. We need to find alternative, sustainable funding models that will not fall on the backs of our students like we've been doing over the past 6 years. This $270 increase may seem like a little for y'all, and in past meetings and communication, it has been likened to dry cleaning or movie tickets. The students that would highly be affected by this tuition increase do not have money for such luxuries. This increase would mean consideration of postponing our baccalaureate degree. If we will have money for dinner, or if we will have money to pay for our rent. Over this past 6 months, each of you have heard from students, faculty, and staff who oppose the tuition increase, and today we continue to stand together to urge y'all to make the right decision and to turn down the tuition increase proposal for the 17-18 academic year and stand with your fellow colleagues and your students who make up the CSU. With that, Chair Eisen, I conclude my report.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. We have one more report of the CSU Alumni Council. Dia Poole, thank you very much for your report.
Thank you, Chair Eisen. I'm pleased to be with you today, all of you, to share an abridged version also of our updates from the Alumni Council. I first want to start with comments about Super Sunday. I was happy to join alumni and CSU leaders throughout the state in February, visiting churches and promoting the CSU during Super Sunday. My assignment was at a church in Fontana where the pastor's wife happened to be a CSU Long Beach alumna. We partnered with Cal Poly Pomona, who sent an admissions counselor and student to also help answer questions from parishioners about going to the CSU. So I would like to thank you, President Coley, for your campus's support in our efforts there in Fontana. As you know, Super Sunday is an integral part of CSU's African American initiative to reach potential students and their families. So I would personally like to thank everyone in the CSU family who participated in that effort. I believe we were able to make a difference in the families and the churches and communities that we visited, and I hope that we can keep our promises that we made that day to make the CSU accessible to their students if they prepare adequately to become students in the CSU. I hope we can keep those promises. On advocacy, we also attended the CSU Advocacy Day in Sacramento last week, as you can see in the picture there. Myself, along with Alumni Council President-elect Manolo Morales from Humboldt, the Chancellor White, Pam Langford from Cal State San Bernardino, all alums. We were happy to join with campus presidents, our fellow alumni, students, and colleagues to help tell the story of why over 3.3 million alumni chose the CSU for their education and why we believe the legislature and the governor should also choose the CSU and to fully fund it. Finally, Friday and Saturday of this week of the Alumni Council is our annual meeting at CSU Bakersfield, and we're going to take that entire meeting to specifically focus on ways that alumni can support students in their efforts to become alumni and graduate from the CSU. With the guidance that we've received from Dr. Miner and other leaders here, we'll be focusing our initial efforts on programs that impact students' basic needs and career preparation. And by basic needs, I'm referring to the things that you've heard in the public comment today: food and housing security, clothing, transportation, and emergency funds to fill the gaps in aid and income for these necessities without negatively impacting their financial aid levels. I'd like to thank President Morales of my campus and his cabinet, who were able to invite us to meet with the full cabinet, our CSU alumni team. We were also permitted to bring our student body president along to that meeting. It was the first time that we had addressed the full cabinet, but we appreciate his support in making it a priority and giving our students the opportunity to present firsthand how alumni can help them. We're also very pleased that he has appointed a member of the alumni to take a seat on the campus committee to meeting the goals of Graduation Initiative 2025, and we're happy to work going forward on those efforts. Finally, For the Bakersfield meeting, President Mitchell, your team has been exceptional in making the arrangements for the full Alumni Council to be on campus this weekend, and we look forward to visiting with you as well while we're there. If you could do something about the predicted rain, we can appreciate it, but I know that, there's only so much you can do, but we're coming to Bakersfield anyway in full number, and we're looking forward to a very successful meeting there. I will share with all of you the results of our efforts at the Alumni Council meeting with the board when I report again in May. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now have to turn to our agenda. We have to consider the items listed on today's consent agenda first. Does any trustee wish to remove any item for separate discussion from the consent agenda?
Motion on the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Second.
All in favor of the items on the consent agenda? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? The items listed on the consent agenda are approved. The board now has one action item to determine on the discussion agenda from the Committee on Finance. Item 4, tuition increase proposal for the 2017-18 academic year. I will now turn it over to Trustee Taylor, Finance Committee Chair.
Thank you, Chair Eisen. Members, the recommendation from the Finance Committee dealt with the tuition increase proposal for the 2017-18 academic year as amended. I would turn to our General Counsel, Fran Vergy, with a question to begin. Trustee Stepanek had suggested an amendment to the amendment. Now is the appropriate time to take up that discussion.
If there are any proposed amendments to the proposal recommendation being brought forth from the Finance Committee, this would be the time.
Very well. Trustee Stepanek, if you wish to continue with this suggestion, will you outline it briefly for members of the board?
Actually, what I'd like to do at this particular time is hold back on it and instead ask a question of the Chancellor, if you may. This relates in part to that particular pending possible change.
Okay.
Within the current resolution language, there is a sentence that says that the Chancellor is delegated authority to further adopt, amend, repeal this particular tuition increase if such actions merit. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit in terms of how you view that particular authority?
Just to be clear, General Counsel Vergy, is that language as just read still in the motion, or was it partially changed by virtue of Trustee Carney's amendment, which was adopted by the committee?
It was partially changed so that now it reads, the Chancellor will amend the system-wide tuition fee rate increases if such action is required by the State Budget Act approved for 2017-18. And then we added this piece, and will immediately repeal the increase in the event that the 2017-18 CSU support budget request is fully funded, and that any such changes made by the Chancellor will be communicated promptly to the trustees.
So as I read that, we by and large took away the Chancellor's flexibility. So if it is fully funded, the tuition increase, should it be adopted, goes away.
It reads,
it's no longer an optional.
It reads, he shall repeal.
All right. Does that answer your question, Trustee Stepanek?
Well, actually, it raises the question more, because if I'm now hearing it correct, it means he no longer has really any authority. If, let's say, there is partial funding or something, he would not have the authority to make any changes. Is that the way it's currently reading?
As drafted right now, as proposed by Trustee Carney, we changed the language from he may make that change if it's fully funded to he shall repeal.
In which case, I would like to make a different form of amendment. Basically, what I'd like to do is restore part of that particular language back so that the Chancellor would have the authority to make modifications as may be deemed necessary, but then also leave the language from the previous amendment that basically is saying that it's automatically repealed in the case of full funding.
Okay. I'm trying to get my head around exactly then what it would say.
Maybe we could ask the Secretary to draft it, and maybe I could actually comment on the question while...
Very well. Thank you.
Yes.
Fram, you get a couple minutes to draft.
So I want to thank you, Trustee Stepanek, from the bottom of my heart for putting me on the spot like this. Let me answer the spirit of your question but also provide clarity to an earlier discussion that was raised initially by Trustee Melendez de Santa Ana and discussed by others, including Governor Newsom. The timeline here is that the legislature has until June 15th to pass a budget. And when that happens, the governor can then veto it or can blue pencil lines in it, and has until the 30th of June to do that activity. June 30th. It is then that we know what our state appropriation will be. If we were to delay our vote until we see what the state can do with the multiple demands that it must balance in this process I just described, this would then require us to wait 90 days from June 30th before we could take a tuition action. That would mean we would not be able to raise tuition until the end of September, which is well after the academic year has begun. Now, to answer your question specifically, Trustee Stepanek, once we get to the full appropriation on the timeline I just outlined, and as I always do, we will make a final review of all of the facts as they stand then and make any budget adjustments that are in the best interest of the CSU mission, our students, and our employees. And if a decrease in tuition, in whole or in part, is in the realm of the possible, I will bring that to the trustees for their consideration at the July Board of Trustees meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Chancellor.
If I
General
may,
Counsel, General Counsel Vergy was asked a couple of minutes
go ahead.
to draft an amendment as you suggested it, and then I'd like to call the question on the amendment to the
I
motion.
want to hear from Trustee Stepanek what he wants the amendment to say now in light of the Chancellor's comments, if anything, because there could be a difference. I'm not sure I understood exactly what he wanted. So,
Well, and based on the Chancellor's comments, I withdraw my amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. So, members, we have the actual motion as passed by the committee with the amendments suggested by Trustee Carney before us.
Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the Finance Committee's recommendation.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second.
May I comment on the motion? Can someone read the language to me so I know what I'm voting on? And the reason I ask why is, the language that we're amending is interesting and worthy of, I think, a good read by everybody, because it specifically says, if such action is required by the State Budget Act approved this year. It's a different discretion in the current resolution. It's in essence saying the authority to adopt, amend, or repeal if such action is required of you. And so that opens up, I think, an interesting possibilities. This is not some blockbuster point I'm making, but it's a point nonetheless that I hope we're considerate of as it relates to amending away that language, meaning I would like to maintain the capacity for the legislature and the governor to direct, pursuant to the Budget Act, certain language that would then afford you the opportunity and the luxury of rescinding and doing away with the tuition increase. So it make basically additive language, perhaps, as opposed to substitution of the existing languages.
It may be helpful if I read it again for you, because the language you're asking for is in there as it was before, and we just added. So let me read it again.
You already did it.
And read
Perfect.
it slowly.
Read it then. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Resolved, the Chancellor will amend the system-wide tuition and fee increase if such action is required by the State Budget Act approved for 2017-18. So that language remains in there. And will immediately repeal the increase in the event that the 2017-18 CSU support budget request is fully funded, and that any such changes made by the Chancellor will be communicated promptly. So we have both in there.
That's great. Great. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the motion as amended by the Finance Committee before the board at present. Chair Eisen, I believe it's time to conduct the vote.
And I apologize for point of order. I'm happy to vote for the amendment, but if we can separate the question from the corpus of the actual resolution.
I think the amendment's already been adopted by the Finance Committee, and it's written in to full motion.
We can't separate that question for the,
The proposal before the board now is the proposal as was amended in the Finance Committee and is brought forward as their proposal. So the board has one proposal in front of it right now.
conceivably, we could split the question. This is not a big deal, but presumably we can,
Well, the amendment was already approved in the Budget Committee, so
Yeah.
there's only one proposal coming forward to the board, and that's the language that includes the amendment.
all right. But we can't separate the two at the full, I mean, you don't have to go back to the committee to separate.
I'm
that
not sure
question.
what you would separate.
Meaning, as it won't surprise you, I'm going to be voting against the tuition increase, but I have no problem modifying and supporting the amendment as it relates to this specific provision of the resolution. And so that's the distinction.
Well, there is a resolution in front of the board right now that includes the proposed tuition increase, including the language that we've amended. That'd be the only thing that's in front of the board right now.
So Governor, as the maker of the motion, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?
No, basically, so, by the way, this is not profoundly important, but what I'm in essence saying is I support the amendment itself, but not the rest of the language in the resolution. So by splitting the question, I'm in essence asking for 2 votes. And this is something I don't want to, I'm confident we can do, but I don't want to get into another protracted
The
conversation.
amendment
around it.
addressed transparency as far as reporting to the board, and then it also addressed forcing the chancellor to repeal if the state legislature adopts a budget that fully supports the CSU's budget
That's
request. So which of those 2 are you either supportive of or not supportive
I'm
of?
happy to do both on the transparency and specifically.
So they're both part of the motion right now.
Yeah, so I'll just reject, anyway, this is, I mean, I don't want to pull out my Robert's Rules of Order, but and go back to my good old legislative days and mayoral days. This is a trivial point. I'll just happily vote against all of it then. That's fine.
You could make a substitute motion.
Yeah. No, it's really not, it's no reason to make this any more complex than it is.
I would offer Governor Newsom, Trustee Newsom, that we will be certain in the minutes that your support for the amendment that happened in committee is recorded in the minutes, so you are on public record with that support. And now we will go forward with the vote on the amended motion as came out of committee.
Okay.
A point of clarification.
Yes.
Are we voting for the tuition increase plus the amendment?
The amendment is part of the tuition increase motion, yes.
All right, thank you, Trustee Taylor. We have a motion, we have a second. I believe we all understand what we are voting on. Is there any further discussion beyond what we have had that people would like to insert now into the record? All right, so we are going to vote, and my suggestion is so that the record can be clear and Ms. Kiss can keep a record of the vote, that we vote by hand as opposed to orally. So all those in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hand. Do you see our hands? Has everybody got them, Ms. Kiss? Any opposed to the motion as amended? Any abstentions? Thank you to all of you. The action item before this board for the tuition increase proposal for the 2017-18 academic year is approved as amended. This now concludes the business of the Board of Trustees.
Live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio